Council meeting 861 to order. Council, I'll open with prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem, one verse only today. Australians, all let us
rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Okay. Okay, councillors. Attendance, item 1, attendance and apology nil. Leave of absence nil. Condolences, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to offer condolences to the partner of Alexander Leon George McLeod, known as Max Cooper.
Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, Max Cooper was just in his 40s. Max was a beautiful man, both inside and out, and passed away far too young. From an early age, he lived the life of an old soul. He committed to a life of giving and charity before he was even an adult, and this principle was what was his mainstay through his life. He believed that all kids should have the opportunity to build jumps with prime dirt and built shows across BMX and skate parks. Max would say, having fun and going on epic adventures is a fuel in our tank, but we also love something else just as much, and that is giving back as a charity, helping kids lift up and believe in everything that is possible. I had the privilege of seeing this firsthand. When he came to see me to advocate for his youth engagement program that he ran so well. Rad Riders was his passion, a charity that meant access to all kids. His ask to me, the councillor, was not to build pump tracks. His ask was for a mound of dirt to be delivered to the park opposite Southport State High School. Out of that, I had the joy to witness the impact he had on others. Young kids from around our neighbourhood, whether they had bikes or not, he made sure that they got one. Bored in the school holidays, were invited to build and enjoy the pump track with him. And his work ethic rubbed off on them pretty quick. They got to know themselves as someone able to build something, and to know that they could do hard work. I saw these young people toil for hours each day while they moved dirt to create their own pump track. I don't know whether many other people other than Max could have created that enjoyment through hard work that he did with these youngsters that he had never met before. So this was a big part of who he was. It was his ethos that they got to know themselves as capable of hard work, capable of building something. And this was just as important as the finished outcome. At the end, they would return the park to the original condition, and all the kids loved him. I think almost everyone who met Max had the same experience. I have never met anyone like him. He was a beautiful, utterly beautiful man. He gave, it was how he lived his life. Rest in peace, Max.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor will move to Mayoral Minute. Councillors, the first one is alignment of governance arrangement for ARC control entities. You see the preamble there, councillors. There's two entities. One is ARC Gold Coast, and the other one is ARC Organic. And my motion, councillors, is that subject to the candidates consenting to their appointment in accordance with Section 201D of the Corporation Act 2001, Council appoints the ex officio candidates identified in Table 1 and recommend candidates identified in Table 3 of the report, Table Council Meeting 857, Item 16.3, to the Board of ARC Organics Pty Limited on the terms outlined in that report. 2, that Council notes the cessation of Ms. Kathy Baker's appointment as ex officio Director of ARC Organics Pty Limited. And 3, that Council notes the cessation of Chris Owen's appointment as ex officio Director of ARC Organic Pty Limited. Any question, Councillor Patterson?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to make a comment, if I may. If I may. Just on the cessation of Ms. Kathy Baker's appointment, I just think it's worth noting that this is an audacious, creative project. I understand it was your initial commitment and principle, but I think without the work of Ms. Kathy Baker along the way and her enthusiasm and her creativity, we wouldn't be at this point. So I just think it was worth calling that out, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for that. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. The second one, councillors, relocation of council chamber project. I'll move the motion that no further work on future council chambers be undertaken until after council's consideration of the Bundle Precinct Planning Project, expect to be presented by Invest Gold Coast in early 2026. 2, that council acknowledges the significant planning and preparation work already completed, the city administration, and notes that the project is now shovel ready should a future council resolve to proceed with the project following council's consideration of the Bundle Precinct Planning Project's report in 2026. Basically, councillors, it's all about timing and pausing it. Council, over these years as mayor of the city, it's very seldom I pause any project, but this is the right time to just pause it, and that let's have a look at the whole of Bundle Precinct Master Plan, and also when budget comes around, we'll look at the prioritisation of infrastructure expenditure. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my recollection that through the budget process, we actually allocated funding to deliver this project. What's proposed to be done with the funding that was allocated for that purpose? I'm supportive of the motion, but
we'll probably discuss it in budget and probably reprovision that to other infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just firstly, in terms of wording, you might want to I'll draw your attention to the words, and after it says, should a future council resolve to proceed, and I'd suggest maybe that should read, should council in future resolve, because it kind of implies that it would not be this council but a future council, if you know what I mean. So rather than a future council, should council in future resolve. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And if you don't mind a question,
Yep.
can we get a better understanding of what the shovel-ready project would be?
Yeah, well, we'll take,
I know that's going to be subject to report next year, but
it will. It
just a
will.
brief.
It's basically, we'll take that on notice, and we'll. I think best that the CEO decide to either circulate all the drawings or as a presentation at committee.
Thanks.
Okay. Right, councillors. No one speaking against. I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. All right, someone moved to receive the minutes. Councillor Tozer, seconder Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items to be amended? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 71, it refers to Councillor Brooke Patterson presenting the minutes, but Councillor Patterson was absent from that meeting, so that should read Councillor Martin.
All right, could you amend that, please? Nice pickup. Any other correction? Well, it's too late, mate. It's too late. Councillor Pettion?
Mr. Mayor, I believe the minutes are correct, but I'm just drawing your attention to page 59, where we dealt at item 9.1 with the Norwell Valley Collective presentation. And the minutes reflect that council resolved to go into closed session because the matter involved negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. And I'm just drawing this out because I don't believe, Mr. Mayor, that the matter that we were presented did potentially prejudice the interests of the local government for it to be not dealt with in closed session. Mm-hmm. And I'm paying attention to that because obviously we have another report coming to us today. Mm-hmm. I think the provisions in the Act are very specific about why we can go into closed session.
Yes.
And I don't believe that the discussion that we had, the presentation that we had, fits that requirement.
Yeah, I think one could say that the perception when we moved it, that potentially that we were going to discuss further. So what I'm getting at is the intent was that it's going to be, that's probably the right clause to use. But I take on notice from you that that because we didn't discuss further, perhaps that clause, when we move again, we better look at other reasoning.
Yeah, I've looked at it closely, and I think it's the only one that is appropriate. I don't think it's correct to the letter. That's my concern because we're likely to do the same again today.
Okay.
And those matters that were presented to us really, I think, should be in the public realm. I mean, the particular landholders and so forth, they know all about it, so they're not prejudiced by it being held, by the discussion being held publicly. It's the broader community that's unaware of what we're doing, and I think they're entitled to that. That's why the Act has these specific provisions. So it concerns me. The minutes are correct. Sorry to hold you up. Thanks, Mr.
Okay. Right, any corrections? No. Move for adoption. Councillor Doran, seconder. Councillor Wilkinson, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. All right. Next item, councillors, is Mayor's report. Item 1, I go to Acting Mayor, Councillor Mark Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. We kicked things off on the 20th of October with the EDQ Industry Forum. I was a panellist on the forum, which was held up in Brisbane. We had 160 members of industry and government together in the room talking about housing supply and industrial land supply right across Queensland.
I was really pleased to join the conversation and share some insights from our city and on behalf of local government more broadly, particularly around the work we're doing on the new planning scheme and the early interactions we're having with the new Deputy Premier's Department in EDQ Queensland. I was joined on that panel by David Lanier, the General Manager of Queensland for Stockland, Sean Munday, Managing Director of Place Design, Heather Brown, Executive Director at EDQ. Very interesting panel, very interesting discussion, and I personally think really positive signs from EDQ on a different approach of how they work with local governments to unlock housing supply and unlock industrial land supply. Mr Mayor, we were back down the highway that afternoon to the 2025 LGAQ conference. I note that over the 3 days of the conference that Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin and Councillor O'Neill all took the opportunity to participate in different parts of the conference this year. I had the pleasure of attending the conference and being part of the official opening at the Gold Coast Convention Exhibition Centre, which was a really excellent networking event, that opening. The conference saw local government representatives, state government ministers and business leaders descend on the city for 3 days, exchanging ideas, building partnerships, engaging with industry. Really pleasing to see those strong networking opportunities, Mr Mayor. Over the course of the conference, I had the pleasure of joining a number of panels and forums. On the Monday, I delivered quite a long presentation on our ARC project, which was very interesting when the start of that particular session had an update from the LGAQ campaign manager about the Bin the Tax campaign, and quite honestly by the end of that segment, when most councils acknowledged that just getting rid of the waste levy wasn't the solution, that it was a different approach from the state government, that ARC fit that bill really well. Mr Mayor also participated in another interesting debate on politics, death and religion. Everything I was taught never to talk about at the one time. We had a really interesting Q&A session on, really highlighting the need for a different approach from local government and state government in Queensland on how we approach availability of land for cemetery supply in the future. Mr Mayor, a really successful conference. Really pleased so many councillors attended. We had very positive feedback from LGAQ on our participation and everything that the city put into the event, and we look forward to the next time it's held in the city. Mr Mayor, on the 22nd of...
Can you just pause there for a second, Councillor Hamill? On the your presentation for Advanced Resource Recovery Centre one, if you could forward to me your full presentation on that, and I want to send it to the appropriate minister and the Premier about it. Primarily, so many reports coming back to me that Council Mayor's ComSec is white-anting the ARC project, meaning that that it's not real, and that really ComSec should be taking over an ARC project for that. And I wanted to highlight that this ARC project was conceived and was produced basically for the foresight of Gold Coast Council for us to do. Happens that we reached out to nearby council that while we're doing it, we can increase the capacity a touch more to include, if they want to, Logan Council and Redlands, and that still is the case. And the acquisition of the land we already done, the establishment of ARC Organic, the acquisition of that property as well, and I just want to cut down the rumours that ComSec is spreading lies about it.
Mr Mayor, I'll make sure you get that presentation, but I think definitely for the 60, 70 people that were in the room to hear that, when you can point to a map and show the land that you now own, that you've made acquisitions around and have secured, when you can point to Grant Gabriel being in the room, that our CEO of our entity is here and that you're welcome to go talk with him, and when you can call out the fact that we'll be going to the market for the next stage in early 2026, I don't think anyone in that room that was lost upon them that this project is very real and definitely going ahead.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, the 22nd of October, we were very pleased to hold the inaugural South East Coast Disaster and Emergency Management meeting here in our wonderful Disaster Management Centre. This is the first time that a group of South East Queensland councils have come together for this kind of meeting, and I can assure you, Mr Mayor, it won't be the last time, because it was a great success. There was really wonderful feedback from all participants that this kind of cross collaboration is needed, that disasters don't end at local government boundaries, and that
how we support each other during disasters, as we've seen on the back of TC Alfred, is really critical. So it really did emphasise that strongly, Mr Mayor. Every council that attended and sent officers is really pleased with it. We've already locked in which council and which dates will be holding the event next year. But once again, really pleased to see our Disaster Management Centre and our Disaster Management team leading the push on this, which was really well received. Mr Mayor, I took the opportunity on behalf of you and all councillors to once again thank all of our city officers who were at that meeting, but also acknowledge everyone from every other LGA in SEQ for their contribution during TC Alfred and the ongoing response to that disaster. On the 22nd of October, we also had the final Junior Council meeting for the year. It was my pleasure to attend that with Councillor Young and Councillor Wilkinson. Always a really inspiring time out with our Junior Council, Mr Mayor, and this was definitely another one of those occasions. It was a pleasure to make a final address to the 2025 group and hand out the certificates to all the participants in Year 11 who are finishing the program this year. Mr Mayor, the Junior Council program, which began back in 1993 with only 17 students across 9 schools, now has 140 students participating from across 40 schools. A really significant program. They're not just there for the meetings, Mr Mayor, they're out in our community doing some really wonderful work as well, and that's something great to see in our youth. One of the particular programs this year that I highlighted was the Youth Giving Back project, continuing to highlight that their passion for advocacy in our community, their passion to give back to the community is something that as young leaders we hope they continue on for the rest of their lives. Mr Mayor, I think we are all excited for where some of our Junior Council representatives may go in the future. There's some exceptional young people in there. We look forward to watching what they do in their careers and hopefully some of them returning back to service, maybe as elected reps sometime in the future. Mr Mayor, the 2025 Young Entrepreneur Summit held on the Gold Coast. This event was attended by Councillor Curtis. It was held out her way at Coomera. An absolutely wonderful event. Blown away by the group of students that were at this event and the energy that these kids have for ideas. So it was my pleasure to do the welcome address for the Young Entrepreneur Summit, the Yes Summit, which was held on the Gold Coast at Coomera. The one-day interactive event inspires and empowers students in years 7 to 9 to develop entrepreneurial thinking, creativity, confidence, and essential life skills. During my welcome, I highlighted how the city has a range of programs and grants to assist startup enterprises and small business. Mr Mayor made the point to them that we have over 80,000 registered small businesses in our city, which contribute a massive part of our $50 billion economy. The brief chance I had to talk with some of the kids afterwards about some of their ideas blew my mind, and what I thought was particularly special, Mr Mayor, while a lot of them have got ideas about how they could make money, a lot of their ideas are actually about how could we improve our society, how could we improve the environment. So young entrepreneurs that are really thinking right across the board. Mr Mayor, the 2025 Smart Cities and Sport Award. I'm pleased to announce that the Gold Coast was named the winner of the 2025 Smart Cities and Sports Award. The award, handed down by the World Union of Olympic Cities, was announced at this year's Smart Cities and Sports Summit in Korea. The award recognises the active inclusion program led by the Gold Coast Recreation and Sport team in collaboration with the city, which improves access to sport, fitness, wellness and recreation for people with disabilities. Speaking at a media call after the announcement, I expressed how proud and honoured we were to see our city's program recognised internationally. I also made the strong point that it is a rarity for a city as part of a co-host city that's still a couple of turns away from our round to be already receiving these kind of awards, and that was noted by the Union of Olympic Cities, that it is a rarity for a city to be receiving awards before the event's even held. Which for me, Mr Mayor, means that we're in a great position to really drive home one of our key legacy outcomes, which is to be known as one of the most inclusive cities in the world, providing sport and recreation opportunities for every Gold Coaster and every visitor. Mr Mayor, these programs currently number 220 across our community. They support innovative programs for sport and recreation industries to successfully deliver inclusive services. And I think, Mr Mayor, on behalf of all councillors, can point out how proud we are to have that rep as a city already, and know that I think for all of us in our different communities, we've got different parks and different sports facilities that we continue to work with officers and how we can make them more inclusive, more open to everybody in our communities. On the 24th of October, I was at Pimpama Sewage Treatment Plant to celebrate National Water Week. It was an opportunity to inspect the $132 million project currently away at that Pimpama Sewage Treatment Plant.
This upgrade will double the capacity of the current plant. The works began earlier in the year, with the project expected to be completed in 2028. The site teams have completed significant works to date, including moving 65,000 cubic metres of material around the site. This project, Mr. Mayor, which I really stressed at the media conference, this is one of several STP projects occurring around the city and part of a multi-$100 million investment in this critical infrastructure, including the $150 million of upgrades to come to Eleanor and Merrimack, which happily tie in with the works that are just about to complete at Coomba as well. The visit coincided with National Water Week, which celebrates water innovation and encourages conservation. Our 4 treatment plants treat millions of litres of sewage every day, helping protect the region from pollutants and diseases. Up to 20% of treated water is recycled and used for things like irrigation of golf courses, parks, and our plant nurseries. These benefits for the environment help reduce the demand on drinking water supply. Mr. Mayor, wonderful to be there for that event and wonderful to see the city investing so much money in critical infrastructure. On Saturday, the 25th of October, pleasure to be out at Gold Coast Turf Club with Councillor Gates in attendance at the Men Matter Race Day. On Cox Plate Day, attended the Gold Coast Tipper High Men Race Day at the Gold Coast Turf Club. This day continues to grow, Mr. Mayor. It's a powerful initiative raising awareness and vital funds for men's health charities. Carl Stefanovic was MC for the event, Mr. Mayor. Carl and I might have had a good bit of banter about parking down in Burleigh. I look forward to more of that with Carl in the future, but he was a wonderful MC, a truly wonderful event with some wonderful guests, really highlighting the importance of men's health. Mr. Mayor, in its 5th year, the Men Matter Race Day has now raised over $380,000. Same day, Mr. Mayor, over the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we had the 2025 Boost Mobile Gold Coast 500, which absolutely saw the streets of Surfers Paradise packed for 3 days of wonderful action. Following both supercar races on Saturday and Sunday, I had the pleasure of taking part in the surfboard presentation ceremony, which was wonderful. Had the chance to talk with Mark Beretta as well at Sunrise about just how critical this event is for the city and how large this event is in Queensland's event capital. The 3-day event this year, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to report that official attendance numbers are just a tick under 200,000 ticketed people through the gates. Absolutely massive event. It's still growing year on year. Really also pleased to say, Mr. Mayor, that I spent a lot of time outside in the general area. Behaviour was excellent. It was just full of families, which is wonderful to see. It really has become a major family event in our city. Apart from that, it also drives big economic outcomes, with the economic benefit this year projected to be around $60 million to our local economy, which I know for every business that missed out on the Pacific Air Show this year, that would have been really welcome. But incredibly successful V8 Supercars event again this year, Mr. Mayor. The 29th of October, had the pleasure of welcoming 8 lifeguards from our wonderful sister city of the Kangara Lifesaving Association for a civic ceremony at Council Chambers. The group visited the Gold Coast as part of the Lifeguard Exchange program, which, Mr. Mayor, I know you recognise as one of our most successful sister city relationships and one of those truly remarkable programs where our iconic lifeguard program is assisting with another program mirroring it over in Japan. The program enables city lifeguards to share their skills and knowledge in surf rescue as well as learn from international counterparts. This week-long program consists of fitness tests, training activities, beach patrols and tour site visits. This program this year acknowledges 35 years of friendship between our two cities, which is a wonderful thing and one we hope to see continue for many years more, Mr. Mayor. I was also very pleased on the same day to have a delegation from the Sichuan and Chengdu municipality of China, Mr. Mayor, in the city. It was my pleasure to welcome the official delegation. The visiting delegation represented the Foreign Affairs Office of the Sichuan Province and the Foreign Affairs Office of the Chengdu municipality. Led by Mr. Zhang, Deputy Director General of Foreign Affairs of the Office of Sichuan Province. The group is visiting the Gold Coast to strengthen relations and discuss opportunities for continued collaboration in education, trade and cultural exchange. Mr. Mayor, I know while a lot of our sister city relationships focus on economic benefits, while I particularly love this one and we spoke most of the time on was the cultural exchange programs that happen with the city. We just had a group of students from Emmanuel College participate in the World Youth Music Conference in Sichuan. that's a great outcome, and just goes to show that our sister city relationships and the effort we put into those are not just about economic benefits, it's also about tourism and cultural benefits as well. Friday the 31st of October, the Gold Coast Pest Fishing Classic. Mr Mayor, well and truly known that Councillor Doran is a keen fisherman, and I'm sure he had his rod in over the weekend with Booney out catching some carp and tilapia. It was my pleasure to attend the launch of this year's Gold Coast Pest Fishing Classic down in Robina. Mr Mayor, this city-delivered event, which is free, family-friendly, and is done as partnership with My Catch Australia. The annual event, which took place on the 1st of November, focuses on the removal of invasive fish species such as tilapia and carp from our waterways. These invasive fish outcompete our native fish. They destroy shelter, they introduce diseases and parasites to our waterways. Mr Mayor, since its conception in 2016, it's had the very practical effect of removing just over 4 tonne of non-native fish from our local waterways. But more importantly, it's also had a great outcome of educating Gold Coasters about how critical our waterways are and how important it is that they don't let non-invasive, non-native fish into those waterways. Mr Mayor, I think this is my last one from me. So that night, on the Friday 31st, it was my absolute pleasure to attend the 2025 Gold Coast Young Entrepreneur Awards held at QT Gold Coast. My pleasure to provide a welcoming address on behalf of you and the city. Mr Mayor, this event, now in its 18th year, continues to award and showcase outstanding young business leaders who have made significant contributions to their industries, led social change, delivered innovation, or turned their business vision into reality. Mr Mayor, there was an absolute buzz in that room that night. It is one thing I particularly love about entrepreneurs in the sector is that while they're all competitive in their environment for funding and for capital, they all back each other, and you could really feel that in the room on the night. Mr Mayor, a big shout out to all the finalists, and I stress that point that while there had to be award winners, that it was a night to celebrate everybody, and we well and truly did celebrate everybody. Mr Mayor, I thought one interesting fact that I heard from our young entrepreneurs was that while it's easier to raise capital in Sydney and Melbourne tends to make more revenue, that by a long margin, young entrepreneurs in the Gold Coast make the biggest profits. And as I'm sure you would agree, revenue is a vanity thing, it's about profit, and our Gold Coast young entrepreneurs are well and truly killing it in that space. So congratulations to all finalists and all awards winners. Mr Mayor, that's it from me, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, as you know, I went and visit in London and Amsterdam, and that primary part of the visit is about the design of manufacturing and assembly or precast housing project. We all know about affordable housing, how construction prices keep increasing, and affordability for really the next generation to get into the property market is getting to parts unless they've got help from Bank of Mum and Dad. It's really difficult to get in. So what this is about looking at alternative way of delivering the construction process. So you change the way to construct. And what I learned is with the DFMA is that I'll just give you the concept. The idea is to take the prefab walls, etc., into a factory, say Yatla, yeah, and all the services is embedded in the into the walls. Steel fixers, they instead of bending over, they're at the standing height. They can just fix without all the hard work that they used to have to do, and all that embedded services and that. Then the concrete's poured, and then it's just keep moving and cured, and then stacked and ready to go. I'll summarise. Some factories is so advanced that they've got robotics in there, and they're looking to go 24 hours. And some parts that instead of a lot of steel fixing, it's really just a lot of spot welding in one go, bang, and it's solid as. So you can do housing, or you can do prefab style, all the way to 30 or 40-story building. And the key takeaway is this. Let's say you've got a 30, 40-story building, and it's normally it'll take you 2 years. They're all prefab. That's in London. Let's say it takes you two plus years to build. This will shave minimum 6 to 8 months off the construction time frame, because while you're doing foundation, you're already building walls in the factory and storing it. The second part is that the safety part, that people are working in factory. I mean, the safety is phenomenal. They don't have a safety issue there at all. It's tantamount to a car factory assembly, and then they assemble it on site. And the other thing I found is that the speed of construction, I probably already mentioned it, but the cost of construction will come down 15 to 20%. So translating that, it's a good chance that the sale of the 2-bedroom units can come down a lot cheaper and more affordable. Therefore, affordable housing. That's really the key part. And the building doesn't, in the past, when it's prefab, it looks very boxy, it looks like a jail, right? But they have improved it so much. So I think in the next 12 months, you'll see progress in this part of it. I've seen it, it's very real. So therefore, as companies wanting to do factories and that, bring it to council, you know that when we deliberating on a DA for it, and that, you know, it's not just a dream, it's doable. They're doing it in overseas right now. So that's really it'll change the way things being built. The number of people, I saw the video, the number of people on site assembling it, the video was about 7 people and 1 crane. So it's a Meccano set, and that's what they're doing. And I think we should have a look at it. There are a number of sites that council own. We should do a deal with state government on affordable housing, and help the project along. So that's one there. The other one then at Fort Lauderdale, went to support Riviera Australia Cruise, and Rodney Longhurst is the director or CEO there, and I did a lot of interview with him, and they've got a larger footprint. I think they've got about 15 motor yachts, good size, and I asked Rodney, he said, is some of these, how are you going to ship some of these home? They're not going back home. They're all sold. So by the end of the boat show, so $45 million US, all done. And then the opening day to commemorate 45 years anniversary of Sister City relationship. Mayor of Fort Lauderdale, Dean Tartalis, right at the beginning of his speech, invited me to come up on stage and basically said wonderful thing about the working relationship between our two cities, and that include the marine industry, and of course it include flood mitigation. Their city looks like us, quite a lot of motorways, and so he hosts me a dinner, and then the who's who of Fort Lauderdale. And I've invited him to come over, perhaps in time for our next boat show, so that their boat show is the biggest in the world. Well, I said, well, our boat show is the biggest in Australia, so you can come and enjoy. And I want to highlight some of our disaster management things that we do. So we'll see what happens there. Then the next bit is went to the Safe Harbour Marina, and multi-million-dollar marina centre there, and just learning what they do in Fort Lauderdale. Next bit is the International Super Yacht Society. Well, you meet who's who of the rich people there, and they own so many large yachts. And really, my message to them is that as we march towards the Olympics, have a look at coming instead of just hovering around Mediterranean. You should cross over and through the Panama Canal and come down to Australia. So we'll see some super yachts coming to the Gold Coast. Then I went and had a look at their aquatic centre. That tower there is the top floor. The top one is 27 metres high, and basically had a tour of that, and potentially we can build it here if we want. The depth of where the money is the depth of our diving part is that we're deep enough. So all we have to do to extend it, wouldn't mind looking at how we can extend it using lightweight material. So you don't have to go heavy duty with the technology of construction. And if we can do that, then we can host high dive world championship right there at our aquatic centre. And I find it interesting that LA 28, the diving is outdoor. So as we're going towards LA 28, I think there'll be a lot of people wanting to come here to practice diving, because not everyone has got this kind of facility. And so councillors, I want to see if we can, but I'll ask the engineers to see whether or not we can do it value for money, and then I'll bring it back to the council to see. Is there another slide there? Does it work? And just checking it out with them. Up on the top there, 27th floor. Yeah, anyhow. Yeah, you got to land feet first. All right, next item, Aero Yachts Monaco event. They're world-class mega yacht company, and same again. I want them to come over to the Gold Coast. Then the next one is ribbon cutting. Just overlooking at the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, and then of course I mentioned already Mayor Dean and I we hit it off, and it was a great honour that he really highlighted the city of the Gold Coast. Then went and say hello to Maritimo Media Corps, and Maritimo Operations Manager Phil Candler was there. Same thing. None of their boats are coming back. It's going to be all sold. So it's good. And I also caught up with Niam Brenner. There she is. She does all the textile for the yachts, and top quality. Her business, Gold Coast business, and expanding tremendously. And so mega yachts around the world are actually accessing her material. Next one is our civic reception. Councillor Fowler, LaCastra, Tozer, Doran and O'Neill were in attendance. I know a couple of other councillors trying to get here as well, but timing issue. But it's a great pleasure to host Mayor of Takasu, Mayor Tani, delegation from Japan, and that's 30 years of Sister City agreement, and we signed reaffirming the agreement with Mayor Tani, and what highlighted was the 30 years of assistant language teachers program, where we've got teachers going over across to Takasu, teaching young kids. I'm talking about kindergartens and that to learn English, and thereby getting to build friendship even at the early age with Gold Coast, and another wonderful sister city relationship. Then after that we did the T20 International Men's Cricket. we had the dinner, the white ball dinner at Hotter. Councillor Gates, Lacastra, and O'Neill was in attendance. Is anyone else there? You got to wear something white, and so anyhow, and yeah, it was Shane Watson there and Steve Waugh, and it was a great night to listen, and a lot. First time Australia versus India in our city, and then the next day, I think most councillors were there, and together with 20,000 fans, plus fans, I think it's just about full capacity. And then the next day, Invest Fest 2025 Gold Coast Tech Lunch. Councillor Tozer and Councillor Marshall and Martin was also there, and Councillor Castra. I gave a quick, brief welcome address. A bit spicy, but that's all right. That's how I do it sometime. But the main thing is there's 2 days program led by 30 top investors, and if you listen to some of the speech, what's coming to the Gold Coast in the IT industry, we are right on top of the world with the data centre, AI, quantum computing. So it's, and all the younger generation is absolutely grabbing it. There's a lot of brain draining from Melbourne, I noticed, because I went and talked to them, and they're leaving Melbourne in droves to come up here. So very good. And anyhow, councillors, I move that mayor reports be noted and welcome. Second, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Sounds like it's raining out there, eh? Okay. Clarification, I think it's nil. Business arising from the minutes, nil. Presentation, all right. Councillors, got today's presentation. We are celebrating the Mayor's Award representations for the Gold Coast Academy of Sport, which since 2009 has been nurturing young athletes of all abilities by providing programs that build their skill and prepare them for elite sporting careers. I hand over to Councillor Lacastra. Over to you. What are we going to do? I think do it from there, you'll be fine.
So thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and first up we have the mayoral or mayoral. Some say mayoral, some say mayoral. I'm not quite sure, but I'm going to say mayoral. There we go. The mayoral awards. So sounds very what? What?
After 30 years.
No, just some people say mayoral. I say mayoral. But what's so there we go. These awards are given to athletes who have shown outstanding commitment to all aspects of training and study. Athletes awarded in this area have shown their dedication to training and also shown other leadership qualities within sessions. The athletes' coaches and peers have acknowledged them for their contribution and their potential to further develop as outstanding sports people. And the first mayoral award is to Brianna Gordon. Brianna has, yes, you can applaud. Brianna has excelled in both academics and sports. She is the under-15 swimming age champion, represents her school in cross-country, athletics and netball, and was named Broadwater's 2025 Junior Club Person of the Year. A dedicated volunteer and umpire, she currently is competing at the Junior Indoor Netball State Titles and has earned selection to the 2026 Northern Gold Coast, I think it's NGCNA, so it must be the Northern Gold Coast Netball Association Under-16s Blue Team. Brianna has achieved academic honours every semester and is helping plan the 2025 Relay for Life as part of the Northern Collegiate Leadership Program. A busy young lady. You chose well, Mr. Mayor. You did, yeah, as well. And the next mayoral award is to Oliver Pearson. Oliver is an exceptional all-round athlete and leader. As gymnastics club captain, he coaches and judges junior gymnastics, training more than 20 hours each week and reaching podiums at state, regional and national level. He's also a state and national taekwondo champion. Yeah, good job you picked him then, hasn't it? Yeah. With a third Dan black belt and a member of the Queensland High Performance Squad. Academically outstanding, Oliver is competing a Certificate 3 in fitness, his Silver Duke of Edinburgh Award, and already has an early university offer to study sport and exercise science. Wow. Well done, Oliver. Okay, and the next award is, make sure we got these in the right order. There we go. Another mayoral award to Will Kruger. Will has made remarkable progress this year, improving his high jump. Listen to this, from 165 to 189 metres. Long jump from 502 to 6.14 metres. And sprinting 100 metres in just 12.37 seconds. Wow. He earned selection for the Queensland Development Team, winning medals in New Zealand and at state championships. And beyond his results, Will is admired for mentoring younger athletes and helping at club events. His leadership has been recognised with his appointment as the 2025-2026 boys captain of the Runaway Bay Little Athletics Club. Well done, Will. The next award is the Honourable Mick Beavers AM Award. I think Mick's here.
He's got it for high jump.
There's Mick. And who better to pick a great athlete than Mick? Obviously represented his country in rugby league, and also, of course, a former state minister of sport. So I think he knows what he's doing. Now, this award is to an athlete who epitomises the values that the Academy have, which are to achieve your best in every aspect of life, to excel in everything you do, to inspire others and yourself by your deeds, and last but not least, to respect yourself and the gifts and opportunities you've been given and those around you. And this award goes to, great name, Typhoon Lagarde. Typhoon Lagarde. Typhoon is an inspiring young leader who excels in academics, the arts, sport and community service. A talented musician, he's achieved trumpet grade 6 and performed the last post at Anzac services across the country, including from the bow of a yacht on Sydney Harbour. How cool is that? Right. He's a swimming age champion, gold medalist at the Queensland Pool Life-Saving Championships, and a Duke of Edinburgh Silver Award recipient. Typhoon also serves as a Year 11 sports captain, represents Queensland on the School Sports Advisory Committee, and volunteers widely through Rotary, Lion and community programs. He was named Scenic Rim's 2025 Young Citizen of the Year and is a Channel 7 Young Achiever Awards finalist for leadership and community achievement. And in his spare time, no. And now we come to the Male Athlete of the Year and the Female Athlete of the Year. The Male Athlete of the Year is Thomas Hunter. And Thomas has had an extraordinary year, dominating across multiple athletic disciplines. He won both high jump and triple jump at the Queensland All Schools Championships, earning selection for nationals. And he broke a 33-year high jump record at the South Coast Championships. At the Hinterland Districts, he won 7 events and set 5 new records. And Thomas has also claimed gold in high jump at both Australian Athletics and Little Athletics national championships. His achievements have ranked him #1 in the world for his age group. Well done, Thomas. Okay. And unfortunately, our female athlete of the year, Tori, can't actually be here because she's competing. She's competing in a tournament in Mexico. But let's tell you a bit about Tori. And is Glynis going to accept that for? There, well done, Glynis. There we go. Accept this on Tori's behalf. So, Tori has had a phenomenal year on the tennis court. She captained the 15 and under Australian nationals team to victory and reached 4th place at the prestigious World Junior Orange Bowl in Miami. She's ranked #1 nationally for her age group and world #40. Tori also won her first junior ITF final and competed at the Australian Open Junior Championships. Her exceptional season has seen her recognised as a finalist for the 2025 Queensland Tennis Awards Junior Female Athlete of the Year, which is an amazing achievement for a young rising star. So congratulations to Tori. Thank you so much, Glynis, and Mickey, and well done to all of you. Well done.
Thank you, Bob. 9.2, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our Audit and Risk Committee meeting last week, we realised and recognised that Mr. Steve Cruz, our Manager for Financial Accounting, is retiring from the city. And he's not with us here in chamber today because he's too busy with spreadsheets back at the office. But it does make sense that we acknowledge his service. So Steve is responsible for Treasury, financial accounting, accounts payable and tax in the city. He has been with the city for 41 years, which came as quite a surprise to me because he looks about 41. So it hasn't done him too much harm working here that long. He commenced in 1984 in the rate section where he was responsible for microfilming change of address information and assisting with the annual reading of water meters. He's produced 32 sets of financial statements for the city, worked under 7 different CEOs, so I'm sure he's got a few tales to tell, and he was involved in the amalgamation of Gold Coast and Albert Shire Council, the introduction of the GST, 2 replacements of the city's core financial system. Steve is a quiet achiever who has provided so much stability and strength over that time to our city. We thank him for his service. At the end of this month, he's retiring and looking forward to travelling the world with his wife, Hayley. We wish him all the very best.
Okay, well done. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Conflict of interest, Councillor Patterson, 10.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to, well, I'm not even sure, Mr. Mayor, whether I am going to state this as a conflict of interest or whether I just provide some information to council for council to consider whether it is a declarable conflict of interest. Perhaps I could start there.
Okay.
So Mr. Graham Stark is a consultant on a development application at 302 Ashmore Road, and I do wish to participate in that. So I first just would like council's assistance in determining whether I have a conflict here or not. I got to know Mr. Stark whilst in this role, and in fact, before I came into this role, he was actively working on a campaign of someone else who campaigned against me in the last election. We connected over, I had written an article in the paper about the CBD strategy, he reached out because of his interest there. We've been engaging quite a lot since then. I have met him for lunch a couple of times. We do engage a lot because we have a lot of similar interests in politics and strategy. And I have invited him to, and he attended a party at my house where about 50 or 60 people attended. I do consider him a friend. So before I even put this up as a declarable conflict, I'd just like some feedback and thoughts from council of whether they do consider it one.
Okay, I'll go to our Jody first. I know you're going to say that it's going to be up to the councillor to decide, but my question is this, that if you can go straight to a definition of friendship or something like that so I can get a better understanding.
Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, there isn't a definition of close personal relationship, so it is a matter for Councillor Patterson to decide if she is a close friend of Mr Stark. You've indicated he is a friend and you regularly socialise with him. Beyond that, I would just read the definition of what is a declarable conflict of interest, but you're probably familiar with that already, and it is a matter for Councillor Patterson to make the final determination.
Okay.
In an abundance of caution, Mr Mayor, I will put forward a declarable conflict of interest of Mr Graham Stark as a close personal friend. I would wish to continue to participate in any decision-making matters where he may be a consultant. I do certainly consider that to be in the public's interest, and I have provided some wording really because the benefit of me being involved in these community matters and considerations outweighs any perceived conflict of interest.
Okay. Procedural motion, can you roll it up a bit? Is there a pre-prepared one or anything? Councillor Tozer?
Do you want to ask some questions, Mr Mayor?
Yes.
So my question's, I don't know the character. I can't really characterise the relationship that you have with Mr Stark. I don't know you well enough, or Mr Stark well enough to know that you do. But the way you've described it seems generally similar to lots of people who work for developers in the city. That's how I would characterise it. Except you mentioned a personal invitation you provided to him for a party of some sort at your house, which seems like it has crossed the boundary between professional meetings and not. So if you could just characterise that and any other, could you characterise your relationship with him outside your professional working relationship, and particularly with details relating to this personal invitation you issued him to come to your house?
Yeah. Well, I would consider him a friend. So I have met him through through this role, through this work, but I have. I suppose I have built up a friendship, and I would acknowledge it as that, to the extent where I invited him to a personal party at my house where I had 50 or 60 people, and he was one of the people that I invited.
Okay. Councillor Tozer?
Yeah, Mr Mayor. I'm not. Maybe a question through you to General Counsel then. The rules in relation to close personal associate. The words close personal associate are a defined term. They're not? No. Okay. Could you explain the extent to which a relationship with someone would preclude a councillor from participating in a decision of council?
Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, that is difficult because only Councillor Patterson can understand who she has a close personal relationship with, but I have in the past run through some guidance notes that the government has released previously, but at the end of the day it is a matter for Councillor Patterson if she wants to put up the declaration as a DCOI, which I understand she has.
Mr Mayor, based on the information that's provided, I can't see myself being able to support Councillor Patterson remaining in the room. She's described it as a close personal friendship. If one of my best mates was a developer, I would excuse myself from the room. But yeah, I don't quite understand how we could do anything different based on the information that's been provided. I don't have any more to offer than that. Yeah, I wouldn't characterise any person a friend under the definitions that are provided for us, unless they've been in my bridal party and I share meals with them regularly. That doesn't sound like what Councillor Patterson is saying today. However, Councillor Patterson continues to define this person as a friend, notwithstanding those things not being part of her relationship with the individual. So if she feels conflicted such that she needs to raise this issue, then to me that puts us in a precarious position as councillors where we have to acknowledge that that is her view and that some restrictions around her decision making in matters that Mr. Stark is involved in probably should be appropriate.
Okay. Councillor Lacastra.
Mr. Mayor, just a question and seeking clarification. So Councillor Tozer has mentioned about Mr. Stark being a developer. What was the related? Was it a consultant or a developer? I
Consultant.
mean,
He's a registered
he's a lobbyist.
So he's a representative of developers.
So Mr. Stark has Mr. Stark lobbied through you, Mr. Mayor, lobbied you about this development?
Mr. Mayor, should I respond?
Yeah.
Thank you. No, he hasn't. But there was a request for a meeting by the developers to meet with me, and I became aware that he was a lobbyist on that development. So I have not accepted a meeting with the developers until this council makes a decision. This is one of those very nuanced things about personal close friend. It is a tricky one, and I think, quite honestly, I think if this is defined as something that has me out of the room, I think a lot of councillors here need to reflect on a lot of relationships. The only reason why I initially raised it was because I got a request from their CEO's office, who had a concern about my relationship, which I found peculiar, but clearly I didn't, so given they had a concern, I thought it was important that I raise it.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move a motion that Councillor Patterson be permitted to remain in the room. From my understanding, I simply don't believe it's a close personal relationship. I think it's a friendship. Councillor Patterson has made it clear it's a friendship, but a close personal relationship doesn't cut it for my understanding on this occasion. So with your indulgence, I'd like to move that Councillor Patterson be permitted to participate in decisions relating to development applications whereby Mr. Stark is a consultant, because a reasonable person would consider that despite the DCOI, a decision in the public interest would be made.
Okay. Have you got that written down, did you?
It's kind of half shorthand, but I'll go and help.
No, could you? So what we'll do, councillors, we'll take a 10-minute break. See you back at 11:18, and we'll have that on the screen. Castor is in the room, streaming on. Good on you. Right, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to raise two matters about this conflict. The first one is, at a recent planning meeting, Mr. Stark's name was incorrectly in a document. I didn't raise it prior to the planning committee because I didn't even realise his name was in the document. His name was on a matter which was he hadn't actually worked on for years, so it shouldn't have been there. But in that moment, a fellow councillor said, hey, you know him well, you should make a declaration. And I did on the spot because I was just, okay, let's just get this out. So I did, and I said, look, I'll leave the room. So to explain why I'm kind of considering, is this a conflict now and I didn't then, it was because I didn't have any time to think before that moment in that planning meeting. So I just wanted to raise that as a first point. The second point is the CEO has highlighted to me that given the role of Mr. Stark in this application is as a lobbyist, the conflict of interest rules are not relevant because the lobbyist rules kind of jump over the top of it.
Just on that, instead of you commenting on that, I'll get the CEO to comment on that.
Yeah. So if we could get some legal advice or some advice on
I'll just get the CEO's comment on it.
Yeah, so the observation I was making...
Mr. CEO, can you comment on that?
Thank you. The observation I was making was there is a separate piece of legislation that relates to lobbying. So it wouldn't matter if the councillor had a conflict in relation to Mr. Stark as a lobbyist or not. She would still have to declare a meeting with him as a lobbyist, which all of you would have to do, whether you know him or not. So on the lobbyist register. So the two acts work together, but they are separate. So in this case, no matter what, any councillor who meets with a lobbyist on any project, whether it's Mr. Stark or not, would have to declare that, have to take the notes and follow the procedure that are covered under the Lobbyist Act, is the point I was making.
Thank you. Rightio. Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, just to get my head clear on this, I asked Councillor Patterson some questions about the nature of the relationship she has with Mr. Stark. Do you mind if I ask her just some questions on the public record about that?
Yes.
Trying to understand how Councillor Patterson is defining friendship. So do you share a meal with Mr. Stark on a regular basis, like weekly or monthly?
No, I think we have had two, maybe three, 2 meals together in our history as a friend.
Was he in your bridal party?
What?
Was he in your bridal party? It's defined under the guidance that we have as councillors.
It's no longer a definition, I don't believe, but no, he wasn't in my bridal party.
Do you exchange gifts at Christmas time or for birthdays?
Oh, well, Christmas is coming up and I'm making fruitcakes, but no, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, based on what Councillor Patterson has said to me in the break and what is now on the public record, I don't think this person constitutes a close personal associate as is meant to be defined under the Act.
Okay. Councillor Gates.
So, Mr. Mayor, during the break, I've changed the motion that I have put forward slightly so that it simply relates to this decision alone. That has been raised by Councillor Patterson today, and it's on the screen that Councillor B. Patterson be permitted to participate in the decision relating to the Benoa Gardens development application, where Mr. Stark is involved as a consultant, because a reasonable person would consider that despite the declared conflict of interest, a decision in the public interest will be made.
Seconder. Councillor Lacastra. Anyone speak against? Councillor Peter Young.
Speaking against, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if I could move an amendment to the procedural motion. I'm supportive of it, and the amendment that I'm seeking, or perhaps Councillor Gates can incorporate it in her motion. Do you want me to
just speak on
alert you to what it is? There it is. So it's allowing Councillor Patterson to be involved in those meetings, but just to keep some contemporaneous notes, we've maintained that same provision for others similarly affected. I won't speak to it any more than that.
So Councillor Gates is happy with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that last point, I don't know whether further clarity. I think on this matter, I'm going to be doing a lot of community engagement consultation. Does that mean that that work requires the meeting notes? Because at the moment it's general to everything.
It's your meeting with with Grant.
Well, that's not what that says.
If I can help, Mr. Mayor, I would imagine that if you're meeting with residents, it might be one line in your diary which says, I met with residents today about the Bernardo Gardens and explained to them how they can make a submission or something of that nature. So, yes, it would include that.
Seconder, we had Councillor Castro, but it's not on the screen. All right. Anyone speak against? Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Please record Councillor Patterson did not vote. Councillors, I move procedural motion that item 10.2 all the way to 10.7 be dealt with at item 16.3. Seconder, Councillor Doran, primarily is that it's not really to be part of a general conflict of interest declaration. Right. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 11, Planning and Regulation Committee, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 861st Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 28th of October 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 11 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any item to be dealt separately, Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, item 6.2, thank you.
We're going to 6.2, councillors. Go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'm aware that the Divisional Council has a proposed amendment to make, which I have seen beforehand and I'm happy to accept. So maybe for cleanliness, if you're prepared to get that amendment to the motion up, I'm happy to move them as one piece.
Yeah, no. Move, that's on the screen.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Seconder.
Mr Mayor, the change that Councillor Martin seeks to introduce is that as part of this application, the applicant...
Yeah, we can speak on it. I just want a seconder, that's all. Councillor Tozer, thank you. Please.
Mr Mayor, so I'll outline first what Councillor Martin's change that he put forward is, which is that the applicant, as part of their approval, will be required to put the above-ground power lines underground. We're aware that there's a domino effect of applications and construction occurring along the stretch of the Gold Coast Highway. Some of those applications will be putting their power lines underground. So in a hope of getting them all underground, by adding this condition, it'll mean that we get closer towards that. I'm happy to definitely support that amendment, Mr Mayor.
All right.
Mr Mayor, in more general terms, I was very supportive of this item at committee. This is an 1,800 square metre site where a developer has amalgamated 2 blocks of land together, something that I would hope every councillor agrees always provides a better outcome when we see amalgamation occur. 1,800 square metres is a big site. We've seen a lot of tower proposals recently on sites anywhere from 400 to 800 square metres, so really good to see a big site. The advantages that come with those big sites, Mr Mayor, are numerous, but the main one is that you're not trying to fit everything in such a tight box. That you can clearly see from the architecture proposed on this building, it allows for bigger setbacks. You can have bigger articulation around the building. That means you're getting more landscaping. Even down to the car park layout, while it easily demonstrates car parking compliance, what we didn't note at committee is that it's not tight. There's actually generous room in the car park. The swept paths have all got additional room in place. That's the benefit of those bigger sites. Mr Mayor, the other benefit is that an existing 1,800 square metre site that only has 5 dwellings on it, with this approval and hopefully leading construction, will then see 69 dwellings replace it. That is a great outcome. The right location for more dwellings, the right location for this particular building. I fully support the committee recommendation with the inclusion of Councillor Martin's amendment around street lighting, and would ask my colleagues to back it here today.
Okay, speaking against, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And firstly, I just want to acknowledge and thank Councillor Hamill for taking on board the changes, and I totally agree. Given 2 blocks south, we have a code building. It was almost 10 years ago that development put the power lines underground, and we know that the neighbouring site to this site is coming to next planning committee. So I am speaking against because, on balance, I'm still not supportive of the maximum uplift, but I just want to acknowledge that is a community win, and I think that does assist. The reason why I am speaking against, though, is the proposal is a 13-storey building at 43.3 metres, and the maximum uplift provision is 43.5 metres in the medium residential zone. Our mapped height in the area is 29 metres, so this example is almost at the very top end of the maximum uplift. When we talked about this at committee, and the CBD is compared, but the CBD is not in the medium density residential zone, and the uplift is unlimited. So when you just look at the medium density residential zone east of the highway, this proposal will be the highest building, especially when you consider the actual natural ground height that sits a lot higher than the beach side of Jefferson Lane. So whilst the strategic framework does allow uplifts where all tests are met, I don't believe that the scale, the bulk and the massing are reflective of the existing and future intended character of that the community have expressed. The neighbouring site to the north is just 2 storeys. And in terms of density, whilst I noted there was conversations that we had at committee that density has moved a long way out of what is currently designated in our city plan. You know, the roughly 73 bedrooms for the accepted outcomes of the site. This new bedrooms will be 169. That designation sits far outside what I expect to meet the strategic framework. Probably the most important thing, I think, is the inevitable pressure that these developments at maximum uplift place on Jefferson Lane. Now, it is a SARA referral that the driveways to these buildings must be moved off the Gold Coast Highway and onto Jefferson Lane. But to remind councillors, the Jefferson Lane is one way, no footpaths. There is no Ocean Way. It attracts a lot of residential traffic, prams, people just trying to enjoy the beach and get around. And so I do have real fears around if we start to see a pattern of full uplift buildings in the medium density residential zone, particularly around Jefferson Lane. That's going to set a pattern and really place an extreme amount of pressure on that roadway. I will also acknowledge that the site coverage at ground level was 70%, and the setbacks, in my view, weren't appropriate. Residents are telling me, loud and clear around the medium density residential zone that the character of Palm Beach is mid-rise and not high-rise. And it is another reason why I moved in our future planning scheme. Whilst I acknowledge we have this planning scheme that has the uplift that I wasn't part of, that we are considering looking at the zoning and the heights around Jefferson Lane to address those issues around safety, amenity and expectations of the community around Jefferson Lane. So that's the reason I won't be supporting the full application, Mr Mayor.
So I take it you're for the Ocean Way then?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I have a different point of view in regards to the natural ground level from Councillor Martin. I actually think that's an advantage in this circumstance, that if everything was just flat through the area, then all the buildings would be at the same height. But by having natural ground level that does change, you end up with buildings at different heights. It meets that idea that we seek, that we don't have a cascade of buildings all at the same height, that there is some differential. So I actually think that's a good outcome, that the natural ground level on the site will set it a little bit higher than the rest. I have to say, I really got to disagree with the idea that this doesn't meet the intent of the city plan or what is foreseen in the future in this area. Like, if the city plan's intent was that a developer is going to amalgamate a big site and allow setbacks up to 6.5 metres to the articulation points, then I don't know what we're seeking out of a city plan. Like, this is a really good outcome in that regard, that instead of it being so constrained that it has to be a box and that we're arguing over if it should be 3.2 metres or 3.3 metres because every 100 mil is so incredibly needed to the outcome for the developer, this application does not have to have that concern. They've been able to let the architects run pretty wild, put big articulation in, big wings in the building, means that you get 3 metres at the outermost pinch point up to 6.5 metres. I think it's nearly a 4.5 metre setback average the whole way around. I think that's a great outcome, and one that we should hope to replicate more of in the new planning scheme. Is how do we encourage developers to amalgamate sites and to be able to have those kind of setbacks and the landscaping outcomes that come with that. This hasn't pushed the limits. It hasn't got 3 or 4 levels of basement, hasn't got car stackers. Like it could have gone for even more, but it's accepted where the cap is, which is 43.5 metres. It delivers 69 dwellings instead of the 5 that are currently on site. They're well placed in a great part of the city. And I hope in the new planning scheme that we actually find a way to support more development like this, so that instead of having arguments over very skinny buildings on very small sites, that we rule those ones out and we actually focus on how do we encourage these kind of sites and these kind of developments, because it is worth backing and it is more of what is needed right across the Gold Coast.
Okay, debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Martin and Councillor Marshall.
Carry, supermajority. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to talk about 6.6 and move the committee recommendation.
6.6, move committee recommendation. Seconder. Okay, Councillor Peter Young, seconder. And question, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Happy to second this. I just had a question through you to the EGM, please. So my understanding is our target for growth in the city and a significant factor in the work that's been done with the planning scheme and the local growth management strategy is to accommodate growth that's been, or growth targets that have been established by the state government in conjunction with local government in the South East Queensland Regional Plan. That's correct?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Young, that's correct.
Okay, so we're seeking to accommodate a certain number of people into the future, population growth, and then we're required to recognise it in our town plan, so how we can accommodate the people and how we can service them with roads and other infrastructure. Is that correct?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Young.
Dorothy Dix, it seems, Mr. Mayor, I just want to get these things on the public record, and I appreciate the answers. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought it was important to call out some of the incredibly difficult and timely work that the city is doing in relation to its new city plan. Councillor Hamill referenced this at a meeting recently about sometimes we let these things go through because we're across them, we're doing workshops, and we know that it's a body of work that's going to take some time to come to a point where we refer it up to the state government. But I think it's really important that we take note when these items come, Mr. Mayor, because they are doing a lot of the work that people generally in the community don't see, but is available if they look. You know, we have community reference groups, we have industry reference groups, we have an enormous amount of consultation in the community. And just recently, my walk around the lake, I noticed a robot in terms of a robot sign that's going to interact with customers as they're out and about talking about what growth means in the city, Mr. Mayor. I think it's going to be really difficult to find a new planning scheme that suits everyone. But to go to Councillor Young's reference point there, yes, we are trying to create a new scheme that adheres to the growth targets that are required on us, but also builds the city with the infrastructure needed to make it work. And recently had that highlighted to me by my community is that they'll accept growth if there's infrastructure to go along with it, Mr. Mayor, and I think that's a pretty reasonable position. The new planning scheme in this particular round talks about local area plans in certain parts of the city, which is really important. It's going to be not everywhere, but they will be around the city. But it really does highlight, Mr. Mayor, the importance of employment lands. A new planning scheme, often the language that's used to describe it is around creating new housing, which is really important, but we also need places for people to work so that we can have the high-paying jobs here on the Gold Coast to sustain the lifestyle that we need. And I've made reference that Robina stands ready to pick up some of the heavy lifting there, but I think it's really important that the city acknowledge that we are looking to protect that employment land so that we can have a balanced approach to a new city plan, as well as taking the lessons that we're learning in this term about, because I'm new, the lessons we're learning in this term about what's probably not working for the community. And I'm really comforted that the architecture of the scheme is looking to address that in a really proactive manner. And the councillors will have workshops about this week. But I think it's worth calling out that the city is doing the important work. We're engaging with the state government, and we should do so more to make sure that we don't go ahead of our skis and that we are doing something that aligns with the state government's interests. And with the Chair of Planning in the meetings that we've been involved in, I'm sure that we get good confidence that we are heading in that direction, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. Put the motion to you. You want me to call division, anyone, or no? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Any other items to be dealt separately? Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Thank you, Director. Councillors, we move to Governance, Administration, Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 861 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee held on Tuesday, 28th of October 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7 be received.
Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Any items to be dealt separately? Councillor Martin.
8.1, Mr. Mayor, to move the committee recommendation.
8.1, committee recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I move this general business item in our GAF committee, noting that we have got upcoming petition responses on parking meter revenue. But as part of our finance reporting, I requested that additional information regarding the first quarter of our FY 25-26 budget parking meters, and including the hour changes, the percentage increases across the city be provided to councillors, and then a breakdown be provided now that we've passed Q1, that we've got year-on-year comparisons. So I know that I'd like to move that, but Mr. Mayor, I'd also like that city officers, I have circulated, because I know finance was in closed session, so I don't want to break any confidence here, but I have circulated that initial parking information to councillors for their review.
Thank you. Anyone speak against? Councillor Tozer?
I just want to make sure very clear. Is the information you have circulated to councillors confidential? It's not marked confidential. Is it confidential?
I don't believe anything that I've provided is confidential, given it does not relate to future budgets. It relates to actual revenue and the current financial year. But I've provided that information to councillors rather than the public forum in an abundance of caution, and I'd probably defer through Mr. Mayor on if anything is considered confidential.
It's fine.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Any other items to be dealt separately? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just like to move the committee's recommendation for 6.3 regarding the organisational satisfaction metrics.
Okay, 6.3.
Yes.
Seconder, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. So this was a unanimous decision at committee, but when you're not at committee, you don't necessarily understand what that wording means. Pardon? It doesn't say that, but it was. So
I can't take it as...
okay. Well, we do have it recorded on elsewhere, so I'm just informing people, but that's all right. In future, I'll make sure that's recorded, Mr. Mayor.
That'd be great.
So OSAT is the overall satisfaction scores that were introduced in the last couple of years for us to assess how is our city going in terms of satisfaction by the public on our services. There were a couple of issues in committee when it was presented to us. The first one was when reflecting on the risk profile and category that it was related to. And the one that was presented to us was reputation. However, What the interest of council is in terms of the service delivery risk profile. Service delivery, this council has decided we want a conservative approach on. Reputation relates more to us sometimes taking more aggressive or innovative approaches related to full council. We have requested that that there be a review of this measure. OSAT scores, overall satisfaction, they tend to be less actionable than customer service scores, which is tied to individuals. Customer service scores, which is what was traditionally what we used, was tied to individual transactions and can highlight specific areas for improvement. OSAT provides a broader view that can make it harder to pinpoint particular service areas needing attention. Additionally, OSAT scores can be influenced by external factors. It should be used alongside customer service metrics and other service-specific KPIs to provide a complete picture and drive targeted improvements. So, for example, with the service metrics that we've got now, we don't really have a sense of what are our customers thinking about when they make a phone call, because the metric includes making a phone call, how do you enjoy the beach, how do you enjoy the park. For us to understand more about the service, we need to, for what our customers really think, we need to include both of those. Given this, it would be helpful to understand what complementary metrics could be used to provide a proper measure whether we are meeting our conservative service delivery risk appetite. So that will be being brought forward to another governance committee, but I just wanted to give some context to that recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items to deal separately?
No, thank you.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. What's wrong? Lifestyle, environment and heritage. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 861 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 30th of October 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 6, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted. Thank you.
Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. Economic Tourism and Events, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move the minutes of the 861st Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting held on Thursday, the 30th of October 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 3, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items to be dealt separately? Councillor Castro. Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, in the meeting, we had a matter that was deferred, and I'd like to move the committee recommendation, if you wouldn't mind.
What item?
The officer's recommendation. The Women in Sport Summit was deferred to the full council meeting.
Yeah, it was deferred, yeah.
But so there wasn't a matter at all, and I'm asking if we can just move the officer recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
You asked if there was any other items.
Fine. We'll pull 7.1 out.
Yeah, I was actually going to raise that. I was on my feet as well, but yeah, because I know that there's been another motion prepared. But yeah,
all right. We'll go
but he
with
got
the
in first.
officer's
So,
recommendation. There can be amended motion later.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Move. Seconder. Councillor Peter Young.
Mr. Mayor, I had an opportunity to attend this event this year, and it was a great celebration of women in sport, but also note that there's lots of other events that support women in sport across our great nation. And my understanding is that there are some, these general events about women in sport kind of often gravitate between locations. And whilst the report that was provided to us was confidential, my view is that the officer's recommendation captured in that report is the right way forward for us. Having attended the event this year, I think that's the best and most prudent way for us to move forward with this particular advocacy work that we do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against the motion. Can go to close, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Lacastra, do you want to speak against?
Well, Mr. Mayor, yes, I would, Mr. Mayor, because I think that I'll be careful what I say because this was a closed session item. But sorry, yeah. But
if you want to talk among each other, I give you permission to go outside. But otherwise, address me, please. Councillor Lacastra.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I know that Councillor Tozer moved this at the committee and it lapsed for want of a seconder, but he did get a seconder here today.
It's a live motion,
which is good, as I say. So he did get a seconder here today, but I wasn't particularly happy with number 2 of the recommendation because I think that recommendation number 2 was slightly misleading. So I would actually...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I didn't intend to move a recommendation that was misleading in any fashion.
No.
I'm not misleading the public or the chamber, Mr. Mayor.
No, I didn't say that at all, Mr. Mayor. I said I found item 2 was misleading. I didn't say that Councillor Tozer had misled.
But he moved the item.
It's my motion and it's not misleading, Mr. Mayor. It's very clear. Everyone in the room should understand what it means.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying that Councillor Tozer misled. I said that I found number 2 of the recommendation slightly misleading, not that was my interpretation of the recommendation. I'm not saying that Councillor Tozer has misled. He obviously doesn't see that as misleading. I found it misleading. I'm not accusing Councillor Tozer of misleading anyone or anything. I can't see how it could even be taken that way. I'm saying I'm voting against the motion because I found number 2 of the recommendation a little misleading. That's not to say that. So yeah. Anyway, that is why I'm looking to vote against this, Mr. Mayor. I do believe that there is a foreshadowed motion which I'd be far more comfortable.
You're speaking against. So finish your speaking against, then we'll continue on.
Well, that's what I'm just winding up with, Mr. Mayor. There is a foreshadowed motion. I know that.
Like there's no foreshadow at the moment.
No. But I'm just highlighting the fact that I'm aware, because I was on my feet to actually say that there is a motion that someone... So what I'm saying is I will be voting against this, and when I sit down, I'm guessing there's going to be a foreshadowed motion. Right. Okay. Now, my guess could be wrong, but if there is, I'm saying, I'm
guessing that,
Mr. Mayor...
I'm guessing that you're running out of your 10 minutes.
Well, I will, Mr. Mayor, if you keep doing this to me. But, Mr. Mayor, what I'm trying to say is, so I'm voting against this, and if there is a foreshadowed motion, I'll be supporting that. That's all I was trying to say.
Depending on what the motion is, isn't it? You're jumping the gun.
I'm saying why I'm voting against this one.
Good.
This is a bit like the Black Swan Lake, isn't it? We're going backwards and forwards with interpretations. Okay. I will finish and sit down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions about this item, and I was hoping we could go into close for a moment so I could ask those questions.
All right.
It's a closed agenda item.
Well, are you going to move a procedural motion?
I would like to move a procedural motion to go into closed.
Do we have a seconder?
Don't take Bob out on me.
Yeah. For what reason?
Sorry, on the basis that it's relating to
your motion.
On the basis it's relating to budgetary considerations for this particular item.
Good. Councillor Gates, you go second that. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on, gallery open, and Councillor Tozer already spoke on that. You opened the debate, and Councillor Castro spoke against. Now I ask, does anyone want to speak for? Now I ask, is there any amended motion or foreshadow motion? Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a foreshadowed motion to put forward for consideration for councillors, and I do have that with chamber support.
Well, can you read it out?
So basically what I have suggested is a change to number 2, that council does endorse funding contribution to the Women in Sport Summit for 1 year, which will be funded from an existing 25-26 city budget allocation. And my number 3 is that the council considers the development of a Women in Sport strategy to guide future investment programming and decision making. The strategy should aim to maximise return on investment, foster inclusive participation and ensure alignment with broader city and 2032 legacy goals.
Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My recollection was that item 2, based on the information provided to us at committee, would have to be subject to a special budget committee meeting, because without wanting to betray the confidential elements, my understanding is that that doesn't currently exist. So can I get confirmation of that?
Mr. Seah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, council can resolve to spend money at any time. What it would mean, though, is that come the budget, either the September budget renewal or next year's budget round, we would have to find that money from somewhere else.
Right. So just so
I'm very sorry, just to be absolutely clear, council can resolve to spend money. Doesn't need to be at a budget committee, but the implications of that are that we would have to find that money from somewhere else.
No, my question is the money, it says funded from an existing 25-26 city budget allocation. My understanding is one doesn't currently exist for this purpose. Everything is allocated to
That's
other purposes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Tozer.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So I hear you, we can resolve to spend, but we got to allocate where we're spending it from, don't we?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the practical application of that resolution as written is that we would fund the money and then we would find a savings somewhere else, and we would have to reflect where that savings are in the budget in the September round of budget reallocations.
Mr. Mayor, might propose. I actually really like 3. I wonder if the mover of there's no mover of a foreshadowed motion. It's just a foreshadowed motion, so it's speculative. If Councillor Fowler might consider moving 3 as an amendment to my motion, I'd be very happy to include that in the motion that's currently on the table. Not the foreshadowed motion, because that doesn't technically exist. So, but I think 3 has some real value for the city, and I'd actually really like to include it in the original motion. So, but I couldn't support 2 because something's gonna miss out, Mr. Mayor.
So Councillor Fowler, you moved it. Okay, good. No, there's a.
No judgment.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a foreshadow, and you can speak on the foreshadow, which you did. And so I'll go back to you to close.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to try to be a bit tricky here. I'd like to move an amendment to my existing motion, which I think I'm able to do.
I'm not sure if you can, being the mover of the first motion.
I think under the meeting rules, I'm allowed to move an amendment.
I'll go to our learned counsel.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, I'd have to check the meeting local law to provide an answer on that one. So the question is whether you can amend your existing amended motion.
I'm quite sure I can move an amendment if it's accepted by the mayor, but I'm quite sure of it. But that's okay. I'm happy to have that.
I'll go by the local law one, and also because
take a short break, or
no, they can do it.
Okay, if you accept it.
Yeah.
Oh, checking. So it's an amendment of an existing motion.
He's the chair in the meeting. He can chair how he likes. There's nothing precludes to move for motion from. Yeah.
General Counsel.
I refer to section 31(1), motion that a motion be amended, which reads, a motion to amend a motion may only be moved by a member who is speaking to the motion other than the member who moved or seconded the original motion.
That's my humble opinion, Councillor
I
Tozer.
stand corrected, Mr. Mayor.
I kind of know that, but I just thought I'd get
look.
Council Colonel to rub it in there.
No, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely stand corrected.
So you've closed the argument?
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, my motion, do you mind if we bring it up on the screen, please? That'd be great. My motion speaks for itself. We talked about this at length, and there is, whilst the report that we considered was in confidential session and has some confidential elements to it, there are some, public interest elements to what we're talking about today. The first is that we have heard that we're spending tens of millions of dollars each year on women in sport as a city. It's pretty exciting to see the work that we're doing, whether it's in women's change rooms or supporting women's events or supporting women's sport in general. I know even in my own community, it's been exciting to see the Mudgeeborough Redbacks grow their women's rugby league program. It's really exciting to see women getting involved in sport in this city. And it's, as the chair of the committee who looks after the physical activity strategy, I'm super excited about seeing so many people getting physically active and women and men playing sport together. There's also a lot of sports that people play together, and I'm pretty excited about that. Mr. Mayor, what I do think is that there are lots of events that come to this city for periods of time, and they attract speakers from all around the world, and there's competitive tension. Once we host an event, it becomes cool, and other cities want to bid for it, and there's a bit of competitive tension between our city. And so appropriately, this motion suggests quite openly that there is some competitive tension between our city and others, and it's implied. It's not explicit, but it's implied. But it says to that organiser of the event that we are, we're willing to make a contribution and enable you to do that work, but there's nothing that we want to do to stand in the way of events being successful in our city and around the world, particularly when it comes to things like women in sport. What I would say is that there are lots of other things that we can be doing right now in this space, and we shouldn't wed ourselves to one particular organisation or event manager. We are in a very tight budget circumstance. As we've discussed the foreshadowed motion, we've seen that there is a very limited budget, and we would need to make some sacrifices were we to support this event in the way that initially some councillors might propose. But the right thing for us to do today is support this motion and let this event run its course and play to that competitive tension that exists between this city and other cities. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Trish, can you repeat the figure that we fund women in sport, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Across our entities, Invest Gold Coast, Experience Gold Coast, and ourselves as council, we invest more than $24 million annually.
Right, in women in sport. So, so any notion that we're not lifting heavily enough on that. Second point I would say is that the clause 3 of the shadow motion, should this motion gets up, is not lost, meaning that it can be raised as a future GB. It could even be raised by a Mayoral Minute, So just because this motion is, so I'm saying don't worry about too much on this motion not having a clause 3, because it can find its way with council willing that we'll be adopting that as a separate motion in whatever future form it is. Okay, so the debate's now closed. I put the motion to you. I'll call division. All in favour, show hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro.
Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately? Go back to Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I move the remaining item.
Okay. Councillor Fowler, you want to do a second? Yes. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 11.5, Transport. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 861st Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 3rd of November 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7 be received.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to deal with item 6.1 separately, if I could, please.
6.1, we're going to, councillors.
Mr Mayor, seeking to move the committee recommendation.
Seconder. Councillor Curtis, you speak on that.
Mr Mayor, I will briefly, while we spent a fair bit of time at committee, I'll just run through again today for the benefit of all councillors some of that discussion at committee. So the decision on paid parking hours was only made a few months ago as part of our budget process. It was supported by a majority of councillors that were in attendance at that meeting. I acknowledge some councillor feedback that because this occurred during the budget process, that there's a preference next time that we review paid parking hours that it be done as a separate item and is not as part of the budget process, and I believe that's been heard by the organisation. Mr Mayor, my reasons at committee for moving a change recommendation were to remove us away from making knee-jerk decisions based on a petition and to allow for a more holistic review to come back with more data and evidence behind it. I am concerned about making knee-jerk decisions on that position without that data and evidence, and it's not something I'm looking to support. It's not how we should go about good decision-making in this chamber. That's the reason I moved a change recommendation to committee that sets a date of April 2026 for a full and holistic report to be presented back to committee on paid parking hours across the entire city. Remembering that while this petition only calls out 2 specific areas, the reason that we went down this path of looking at paid parking hours was looking to bring consistency. And I'm very mindful that it would be the wrong thing to do to then go immediately back on that and call out 2 select areas and have a different approach to those. If we're going to look at paid parking hours, I really do believe it should be done holistically, all at once, not on a petition by petition basis. Mr Mayor, the time frame of April 2026 ensures that the city budget can be considered and that it can be accurately modelled for any proposed changes in hours or times to occur. That's important. It is part of the budget process, the revenue that comes from this, it needs to be considered. So doing it in April, Karen was able to confirm at committee would mean that her and her team would have plenty of time to take any budget implications into account. Mr Mayor, it would also mean that we would have nearly three quarters of data and evidence to be presented back by officers, importantly including data and evidence from the summer Christmas period and from the early Easter period as well. It would also allow sufficient time for councillors to continue to talk and gather feedback from local residents and businesses, something that I seriously doubt that after only a few months we could have enough of yet, and importantly would allow every councillor that's affected by paid parking hours to go have those further conversations. Mr Mayor, I believe this is the appropriate path for individual councillors representing their communities to raise their concerns at and to look to make possible holistic changes to paid parking hours based on data, not petitions driven by local state MPs. Mr Mayor, I encourage councillors to support the committee recommendation and to wait to April 2026 before looking to make any further changes to paid parking hours.
Speaking against, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. And firstly, I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Will you speak against first and I'll consider it for shadow.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This item was in response to 3 petitions, 2 petitions for Burleigh and 1 petition in Southport. Related to this is I did raise an item in GAF that I mentioned, seeking the financial performance of the first quarter of this year's financial outcomes around parking revenue, to Councillor Hamill's point, to make sure that whatever decision we're making is data backed. Whilst rather than waiting for that full report, city officers have that financial information at hand, which is why I circulated it for today. We have the first quarter of financial performance across the whole city of those changes. We have comparisons from what we forecast to achieve to what we have achieved compared to last year of the relevant period. Mr Mayor, quarter 1 of this year's financial year, metered revenue is around 10% above budget of this financial year. The city forecast a 17.9% revenue increase year on year, but this data shows that for this first quarter, we're achieving 27.6% growth. So it's a strong result, but it exceeds the expectations by around 10 percentage points. That's roughly $295,000 above budget for the quarter of revenue raised. And I understand that's not confidential because that is revenue actually received. That does not factor parking fines. And I will point out that July wasn't looking stellar because those changes really came in mid-year of July. Also understand that Surfers Paradise parking revenue was down for the GC 500. But what it does show is the policy has succeeded around parking revenue, but it has exceeded our parking revenue targets. At the same time, certainly for me, for Burleigh, there's been sustained community pushback from beachgoers to people wanting to walk on the beach, to traders, to our schools, our local churches, and most of the active groups that are utilising our spaces before business hours. Mr. Mayor, I don't believe staying at a 7 a.m. start in the face of seeing these financial performance figures supports or restores our community amenity. I certainly want to make sure that we are supporting our coastal lifestyle and our tourism identity. And I think by looking at these figures, it's not a knee-jerk reaction. This has got nothing to do with who's pushing what. I think this is absolutely looking at what the community is saying, and us looking at, this decision had a financial target, is exceeding that target, and in the face of overwhelming community feedback, we have the ability to look at that and still meet our budget parameters. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll talk to the foreshadowed motion if you let me.
Point of order.
I'd like the council to indicate how we could talk to overwhelming public support on this matter. What evidence can you provide to support that?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in my community, I received 2 petitions. I don't have the actual verified number at hand, but there was over 1,000 signatures on that piece of paper. I believe it was a few hundred valid petition signatures. And Mr. Mayor, I get stopped every day. I hold community pop-ups. I walk the streets. I stand in the middle of James Street. My office currently is relocated there. I receive, in my community, overwhelming community feedback.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask the council in the future then refer to that as his community and not speak on behalf of the entire city on this matter.
Okay. Your foreshadow?
Would you I'd like to foreshadow a motion, Mr. Mayor, provided to chamber support on the screen.
All right. Could you read it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's recommended that council resolves as follows. 1, that council does not support the request to conduct a 30-minute free parking trial in Burleigh Heads, which was called out in the petition. 2, that the register of fees and charges in the financial year 25-26 be amended so that no hourly metered parking fees apply before 9 a.m, and that the chief petitioner be advised of council's decision.
Okay. Councillor Gates?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question. I don't know whether officers have it available, but through you, Mr. Mayor, do we have the figures of revenue raised at Burleigh between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m? It would be good to know whether the meters are being used at that time or whether it has caused the community not to attend Burleigh, and whether it relates to revenue or business turnover. That's my other concern. I don't know which businesses are open at 7 a.m. or whether we have those numbers.
Michael, you want to? Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll refer to Karen to provide some insights.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have some preliminary numbers based on the time paid at the meter, so not indicative of actual paid parking for those hours. For Burleigh, for the quarter, $59,000.
Councillor Gates?
That is between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. based on the time that the person pays at the meter.
Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO of the EGM, could you remind me again of how many parking spots there are in Burleigh and how many of those are metered and how many of those are free?
Mr. CEO?
Yeah, I'm going to defer that to our parking expert who's sitting over there. So come and grab a mic, please, if that's okay with you, Mr. Just answer it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's around 631 metered bays, 1,293 bays in Burleigh which are unmetered, of a total of 6,500 parking bays across the city.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I suppose I want to consider my area, and I do have concerns and public concerns from my residents in my particular area. And I just want to understand that the review that will happen in, I think we're talking April next year, will consider whole of city changes because obviously I do have concerns from my residents in my area and my businesses that needs to be considered. So I suppose I'm looking at the foreshadow compared to now that it would be considered all areas due to the concern.
Mr. CEO?
I can confirm that the city has an intent to do a review of this holistically across the city. But what I would also say is, in relation to the paper or the response to the petition, it was only specific to that area. But it was always our intent to do the broader review in any case.
Okay. Speaking for, is it a question? Question, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, and I'm not sure who it may be best directed to, but just in relation to some figures, I'd be wanting to clarify. Whilst the original recommendation obviously talks about it being brought back in April, which again would give us the opportunity to consider realigning the times should so be the wishes of this council. Just in relation to the question about amending the hours, is there any figures that we could receive into the rollout process undertaken so far to update signage and other things across our city that would, reflect the cost that we've already bore, or the ratepayers have already bore?
Yes, I can speak to that, and then I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay, go to the director. So we do have some costs, and I would just note, without wanting to reflect on a foreshadowed motion, it will take some time to roll this back. We're going to have officers come down, take the signs down. In the Burleigh area alone, I think that's in the vicinity of about 50 to 100 grand. But to move it out across the whole city, I'd refer to the director.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of our total city costs, I'll have to take that on notice, but yeah, Mr. CEO is correct. So in essence, it's typically around a 3-month rollout. So we initially put stickers and then effectively replace all signage and roll that out progressively.
Okay. Any other question, Councillor? No question. Speaking for the motion? Sorry? Speaking for you speaking for the motion?
I'd like to speak.
It's a simple question.
Sorry, I just thought Councillor Taylor had spoken for. My apology.
Right. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know we're talking about a response to the petition, but look, from my perspective, there's obviously a strong conversation in relation to our businesses in Broadbeach and Surface in particular. We've got businesses that have shown some concerns in relation to the changes we made last year. I think this resolution gives us the ability to actually look at all areas, not just one particular area in the city. And I also believe that a 30-minute trial shouldn't be considered because we should be looking at all options when we come to the budget considerations at the time. So based on that information, I support the current position.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, there's Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just first like to note that this isn't just about Burleigh, and I received a significant petition that was not arranged by any state representative. It was arranged by largely retirees and pensioners in Southport who rely on attending the aquatic centre early in the morning, who've been deeply impacted by this. Councillor Hamill noted that we shouldn't make knee-jerk decisions based on no data evidence. This was my argument at budget, Mr. Mayor. This is the first time that a significant parking change has been made at a budget without this process, which is a standard parking process, action prior. Speaking with the city officers, the ones who do this research and do this consultation work didn't have the opportunity to do that work for budget. I think we are in this position because it was an executive decision looking at revenue to make this decision in budget without this information that we are now seeking today. I'm in a conflicted position now, Mr. Mayor, because we are now finally seeking the research and review that should have been undertaken in the first place and was not undertaken when we were requested to make this decision at full budget. I do recognise that this does impact largely on our locals. For me, particularly senior locals who have to park closely to the aquatic centre. They do not have a choice of parking across. They need to be nearby. And the reason why that group is not normally a very activated group made such a significant petition to me is because this has impacted them so significantly. So I just want to raise, I'm glad that this process of looking and doing the work, looking at data before we make a decision is now recognised. And I trust that the executive take it on notice that bringing those things to budget causes a lot of angst in our community, and we need to do the work first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just a question to you, Mr. CEO. When we're considering changing parking, and because it's something new, you wouldn't have any data, historic and all that. Can you explain to me how can you do the research based on something that wasn't in existence?
Well, I think you've both asked and answered the question, Mr. Mayor. So yes, that is correct. It's very hard to get data on what the parking behaviour would be unless you make the changes to the parking.
Okay, right.
Mr. Mayor, may I provide a clarification on that?
Sorry?
May I make a clarification on that point, because I can point to what occurred in the CBD. So in the CBD, there was a...
we were talking... My question to the
Yes.
CEO is about the budget process.
Yes, and if I could explain why this is a regular process, I would appreciate that, because this has not occurred before. So when the parking review was done for the CBD, there was a decision to, we don't know what we need, we don't know what is going to occur. There was a full public consultation, commercial consultation for 12 months, and then a trial prior to us making a decision. What happened in this situation is we were asked to make a decision at budget before that consultation and before that commercial consultation. If you had the parking officers who did the work on that CBD and on consistent trials in the past, if they felt confident enough, they could confirm that that is and has always been the approach up until this last budget, Mr. Mayor.
Anyway, I'll stand by my comment. Right. Speak against, speaking for, is it? Are we up to 4? Who spoke last time? Councillor, so for the motion, Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's not an easy thing to stand to this one, because I like Councillor Patterson's just reflected, can see the points and arguments for and against. I guess for me today, in relation to this particular one, we actually have a pathway here that already says we are going to be looking at this and we can give it consideration for review. Notwithstanding that, I know that there are many in the communities across the ones that we represent who will have various views on this particular viewpoint. But it does say very clearly in the actual current recommendation before us that all options for paid parking hours, including options for free parking periods and a full cost analysis, will be brought forward in April of 2026. So for me, it's actually making sure that we do our due diligence here, and there's even questions I've asked on the floor today that we didn't have answers for in relation to the costs that it's already undertaken to roll out these changes. Now, if we were to then just simply change that as of effect today, I would like to know how much that would then again cost us to do that. So I think that we have a sensible option moving forward that's been presented. I think that there's costs here that I just can't see clearly enough to unfortunately support the foreshadowed, but I hope in that respect that people would consider that this is something I know communities do deeply care about, and so do we. But there is an option here to make sure that we can review this properly with all the information in front of us when it comes to April next year.
Speaking against, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there's a couple of things at the committee meeting which I watched and a little bit today I wanted to address. We talked a lot about data and evidence, and I accept that the change recommendation from the Deputy Mayor seeks to further evaluate. But Mr. Mayor, I was pretty comfortable with the data and evidence that was provided during the process. We talked about occupancy and the effects of throughout the entire city, and the proposal that was put forward and ultimately endorsed by the majority was that we took that on board and made a call, and the council endorsed that. I think that process, whilst different, and I acknowledge different from previous councillors who have been here in the past, I think that was true. It was presented to us and we made a call. I particularly made a judgment call the other way, but that wasn't to say I didn't have evidence, and I was frustrated by the commentary at committee that sort of gave the impression that this council made a call without really further exploring it. And I appreciate that we're going to get more in relation to revenue now. I hope that also assesses occupancy, Mr. Mayor, but I was a little frustrated with that, and I want to clear that up. I knew what I was voting for. I didn't win. The majority got up, and that's the way this works, and we copped that. That's fine. But ultimately, we made a judgment call. I don't think that in this particular petition, I don't think that 30 minutes in one spot is a good outcome for the city either. It's another judgment call that I'd make, which I will today. But I do think that the 7 a.m. commencement was where I had a problem, Mr. Mayor. That was my call at the time, and it was my judgment call based on the data that was presented. And I think that there's been a lot of litigation around this in the press, and I think Mr. Mayor, if we isolate the personalities that are involved and we look at what's in front of us, I still believe what I voted for in special council was the right way to go, and I will not vote for the committee recommendation because I would like to see the foreshadow. But Mr. Mayor, I just want to make the point that we did have the information. It was presented to us. Occupancy was presented to us. The effects was presented to us. I made a judgment call with all the information at hand, and I think that process worked. I will say that I think that the current situation, whether we raise whatever amount of money that particular change raised, it does come from the ratepayer ultimately. I think in a cost of living crisis, we should probably try to encourage that lifestyle section, Mr. Mayor, of our city. The light is up, the sun is up at 5 a.m. at the moment. 7 a.m. I think was a little early. I still maintain that position, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask councillors to not vote for the committee recommendation, not because Deputy Mayor it's wrong or it's not reasonable. I just think that we should go a different way, and that's my judgment call, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I think I want to acknowledge this is a very messy way to approach this issue, and I'm really hoping in hopefully getting support to back this recommendation today that we can take a little bit of the messiness out of it. Mr. Mayor, respectfully to Councillor Martin, I strongly disagree that 1/4 of data is enough to make a decision off. That doesn't demonstrate any kind of trend at all. It definitely doesn't allow the summer and Christmas period to be considered, so I don't take that as being enough information to make any decision off. Allow further data collection to inform that April report. I am going to remind anyone listening that the majority of car parks in Burleigh are still free. The majority. It is a personal choice. If you want to park right on the beach, you pay a small fee. If you're prepared to park in some circumstances 100 metres away, it's zero. So I really dispute the idea this is a lifestyle tax. It is a personal choice if you want to pay the couple of dollars or if you want to walk 100 metres and not pay anything at all. Mr. Mayor, but as Councillor Patterson rightly points out, it's a different scenario at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, and it's one of the main reasons I don't want to approach it this way, is that there are different scenarios in different parts of the city that instead of doing it by a messy knee-jerk reaction to different petitions, that a holistic report that looks at everything at one time and allows consideration of all those different scenarios is a much better way to go about reviewing this item. It will allow the collection of data over that summer Christmas period and Easter data to be collected. It will allow for councillors to consult further with affected residents and businesses. Mr Mayor, I really do urge councillors to support the recommendation, to resist the urge to make decisions on the fly based on petitions, and to wait for April. It is only 5 months away. It's not that long away. Allow that report to come back in April, allow it to have had all that data and input to be into it, and allow different councillors who have different issues with this paid parking. And as we just heard from Councillor Doran, it sounds like there's a raft of different positions on this. Just allow that to mature, come back in April, one holistic report, one set of holistic changes, and make everyone's life a lot easier. I urge councillors to support the recommendation.
Debate's closed. Councillors, all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate.
The division call, is it?
Division, Mr Mayor.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer.
Against?
Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Well, the motion's lost. Foreshadow now becomes the motion. All right. Councillor Martin to close. Yes, you do. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, a 9 a.m. start restores the community amenity where local benefit is the highest and the commercial activity is the lowest. It supports early morning access to our coastal areas, and it supports us as a tourism identity. It's based on the quarter figures that we've already got of 3 months, and notwithstanding we're already mid-November, October's not already included. The change is not winding back all of the parking changes. And as I already touched on, we are overachieving what we set out to achieve. And if we continue to overdrive revenue, which is charges to our community, I don't understand why we would continue to raise more if it were not for the purpose of essentially assisting our local community and our local businesses. So this change, just adjusting the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. across the city, is a low-cost, high goodwill gesture that gives something back to our visitors and our community. Operationally, it'll improve efficiency. We're not out patrolling at 7 a.m. in the morning. It focuses our resources on our peak turnover, where our compliance yield is higher. And the change is measured on data. I acknowledge that some councillors wanted more, but I certainly think a whole 3-month period is enough data to look at year on year and essentially where we forecast to raise 546 additional thousand, and we're raising in this first quarter 840, notwithstanding the first month of that quarter was compromised. I don't want to go into the December period. I think this would be a fantastic gesture for both the community and our local businesses that have been crying out for this, certainly in our community. So I think the timing is right. We are leaving on the table 2 hours of additional paid parking at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. We have, not only have we raised parking revenue by 20%, but they're standardising. So certainly areas like in my area of Burleigh were contributing a lot more than that. Mr Mayor, so I think it is a small compromise that supports the lifestyle of the Gold Coast. Mr Mayor, to be clear, this motion seeks to move parking meters times across the city to commence at 9 a.m. instead of 7 a.m, with all other times and conditions remaining the same.
Councillor Tozer?
My question is actually, were this motion to be successful, when would it apply? Would it apply when the signs changed, or would it apply as effective immediately?
Well, Mr. CEO?
So if it were to be successful, we will need a period of time, undetermined, to get this changed. The signs are the signs, so you park to the signs. So I'll defer to my director, but I think the current estimate is 3 months to get this changed. But that might have been whole city, so I'll defer.
Through you, Mr Mayor, a period of 3 months to implement permanent. We can take on some notice about whether there is some confirmation of that period, but that's our estimate at this point in time.
Mr. Mayor, can I just...
Councillor Tozer.
So with that in mind, would it also involve an operational approach to, if we resolve that we're not going to charge for parking before 9 o'clock, even if the sign's not changed, I think it'd be a pretty difficult situation for us to be issuing tickets between 7 and 9 if we've resolved not to do that. Can we just clarify that for everyone?
No, the sign's a sign. The sign's a sign.
So while the sign is still there, if you park between 7 and 9, you could potentially still get a ticket until the sign is changed. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and of course the reverse was true. Council resolved to do this, and it took us 3 months to roll it out. And during that period, there were some areas that would have had the signs updated, and that's just the staged nature. So, we can't physically change every sign in that area or across the city as described in a day. It's going to take time.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, my question is on the timing. With the initial change, we resolved those changes, I think, early June 6th, or around our budget adoption, and they were implemented mid-July. So, and to your point, the changes didn't affect till the signage was implemented. So the signs are the rule. So if it took 6 weeks to get in, could it not be done the reverse around 6 weeks to
it's operational
change?
That's been answered. Question, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, question through to Councillor Martin. What he's failed to put in there is where the lost revenue that will affect the OPEX budget is to be found from. So how do we approach that particular issue? Because my guess would be the numbers he raised for 1 quarter, we're talking about millions in revenue loss, which will have to be found from somewhere in the OPEX budget. So what's the plan for that?
It's speculative, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'll go to the CEO.
So councillors can expect in the December review a $2 million reduction and a series of options for how that $200 million will be funded in service reductions.
So, clarify, 200 million or 2 million?
2 million.
So, just so a point of clarification. So, what you're saying is that by moving the hours from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., there is $2 million in revenue that's foregone.
We've already collected 500. So the difference will be 1.5. I mean, I can refer.
Well, whatever the difference, he's got to find it.
Of course.
From operation, am I right?
And that'll require service to do this.
Okay, service reduction. Is this coming near you? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Question. So item number 2 says that the register for fees and charges 2526 be amended so that no hourly meter parking applies before 9 a.m. Is that whole of city are we referring to in this? Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question of the meeting rules around that? So this petition and the report was specific to a petition response to 2 at Burleigh Heads and 1 at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Is it actually permitted to introduce this that would make a change to all paid parking meters, or is that stretched too far from the original intent of the report and recommendation?
Mr. CEO?
I would refer the Mayor to section 31(2), which says the motion to amend a motion must not substantially change the intent of the original motion. And then I would also refer the Mayor to 27, which allows him to decide whether or not the motion should be accepted or not.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Patterson, what?
The CEO was referring to an amended motion, not a foreshadowed motion.
So, the CEO was referring to a section of Local Law 1.1, which says that an amendment to a motion, which this is a foreshadowed amendment to the motion, must not be substantially changed in the intent of the original motion. Now, I can ask the General Counsel to speak to this, but the rules are pretty clear, which are, firstly, the Mayor has the right to accept the foreshadowed motion or not, but the local government, the Local Law 1.1 does not allow an amendment or a motion to be passed on a paper that is substantially different to the intent of the paper. Did you want to speak to that, please, General Counsel, in a much better way than I can?
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, I would have thought the foreshadowed motion becomes then a proposed amendment to the motion.
Correct.
When the other proposed amendment failed. So this is now the new amended motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I can ask a question about meeting rules here. My understanding is this is not an amended motion.
No.
It's not an amendment. There is a motion on the floor, and it is what it is. Both the General Counsel and the CEO have continually referred to the idea of an amended motion. No amendment has been proposed from any member of this chamber.
No.
It is only a motion and the mayor has the right to accept it if he wants, but there's no amendment. If someone was now to move an amendment, that would be an amended motion or an amendment.
I think the General Counsel has provided that advice, Mr. Mayor.
Look, councillors, let's just cut the chase. I'm accepting this foreshadow motion. It's got a seconder, and we're going to keep working on this motion. You can call it what you like, but we're working on this motion. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to seek some clarity through you. I would have some questions in relation to our overall budget now, in relation to if this were to be accepted today. Are we able to go into, and I believe there would be actually some of those answers that came through at the last special council budget meetings that I believe could be answered.
We'll have to go to close.
Can we possibly go into close to have some of those discussions?
Yeah,
because
sure.
I think it would be quite pertinent of us to do such
You
a
want
thing.
to move it?
I will happily move that, Mr. Mayor.
Happily? You're going to happily second it, Councillor Gates? All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carries. Right, the motion here. Right, refresh me, Councillor Martin, have you spoken on that?
I believe I did, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Happened.
All right. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, whilst the closed session discussed some of our budget matters and we talked about things that I think are you know, I can't elaborate on. I'm really troubled that the idea that we intentionally go into deficit in our budget in order to cover parking for people who want to park between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. in the coastal, primarily the coastal areas of our city, I think is really problematic. I think we made a decision at the budget only 3 months ago, or in fact it's about 6 months ago now, to go in a direction with our register of fees and charges and experiment for 12 months in having a standardised level of parking service between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m, was it? 7 and 7. I think that was a good idea. I backed it at the time. I feel like I had adequate data to be able to make that decision, and I was really keen to see a full 12 months run its course for us to be able to work out where to at the next budget. To come in 3 months after the fact, using 3 months of data, and then scale back that decision from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. seems frivolous. It seems costly. The reality is that sending our officers out to change all those parking signs will cost us probably in the vicinity of $100,000, and I'm speculating, but you know, it's going to cost us the cost of the signs across the whole city to change those. I need to find that in 9 months' time, we're going to come back another 6 months' time, we're going to come back and have another conversation about our budget process and potentially just say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to make sure that we're having regard for our city being a large city. Just the other day, Mr. Mayor, I drove to Brisbane for an event, whereas I was a guest speaker, in fact, and I paid $50 to park in Brisbane City, and that's the biggest city in Queensland. But the idea that I paid $50 for what is effectively a 3-hour event in Brisbane, but here I might pay $6, seems ridiculous. Like this idea that we should keep, you know, parking free between 7 and 9 when you're parking at a premium location on the beach just seems ridiculous to us. It's not a prudent or appropriate way for us to think about parking. When I go to Burleigh, I go there for exercise, and more than anything, I might walk on the beach with my wife. But when we go to Burleigh, we park just 1 block back, and because we're there for exercise, we just go for a walk, and that's what we do, and we think that's appropriate. We pay nothing for parking when we go to Burleigh by parking that one back. You know, if I lived nearer to that area, I live out in Mudgeeraba, and it's a long way away, I suppose, 20-minute drive. You know, if I lived closer, maybe I'd catch a bus and pay 50 cents. If I didn't want to pay $6 for parking, maybe I'd pay 50 cents. Or if I'm in a rush, maybe I'd just pay the premium and go for the premium car park. But this idea that we're, you know, foregoing hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue coming into a busy visitor season where many, many people who use our beaches are visiting from other places, to me, that's a low-hanging fruit in order for us to provide, you know, release pressure on the cost to the ratepayer for other services we provide, particularly in that operational expenditure area. This seems terribly reactionary. I don't think we should support it. In fact, I'm hoping that if this motion fails, we'll just have the status quo and we'll keep it as is. There'll be no other motion, and we'll just be able to keep things as they are, because the best outcome for council right now is to go the full 12 months, analyse all the data, and then work out in the next budget process what is the right way forward after that 12-month period. Being frivolous and just changing after 3 months seems unnecessarily silly, and you know, it just puts greater pressure on ratepayers. And frankly, it puts greater pressure on ratepayers from the west, because if there's operational shortfalls in our budget, my gut feeling is that things that are going to go missing are going to things like, you know, lawn mowing and other operational expenditure things, which is where places like the west are really going to suffer. And that's frustrating. Frankly, charging for parking between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. is actually a sensible, good idea for a growing, flourishing city. And we should maintain our view that we adopted at the budget to continue that process for 12 months and then analyse the data and make a decision later. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion before councillors today is simply just to remove the 7 to 9 a.m. We've got our full first quarter of data, which showed that we're yielding almost 300k above what the budgeted forecast was. And that budgeted forecast was 500,000. We're raising over 800,000. You know, we're already charging the ratepayer through use around our city close to $2 million extra on last year's budget. That is the additional revenue or cost to the ratepayer. So when we made this decision, and I agree, we had the information, but what we did not have was community feedback on those changes. We didn't have business feedback, so we made that decision. Now, I acknowledge that we've got targets, and I wouldn't be saying this if it was going to leave us in a position that would compromise us. But we can see here that we are raising beyond what we thought. Now, I acknowledge there's some nuance there, and we're extrapolating over 4 quarters, but a full 3 months, I believe, especially when, you know, I see my community, I'm standing in Burleigh, it has not been fully maximised. People are avoiding, and we are still achieving beyond the forecast. And I put that down to multiple changes, the 5 to 7 p.m, but also the on-street and off-street. In my area, the off-street didn't go by the 20% increase, it went by the 47% increase. So there are balancing parameters to this budget, Mr. Mayor. So I don't believe we are foregoing. And I think if I could touch on a story, you know, there's been many. Yes, I acknowledge that some people have the ability to park further back and walk to the beach, but a lot don't. A lot are elderly. A lot can't afford it, and the beach is a place that you can exercise at low cost. You know, I have been bailed up by the active and healthy elderly ladies group that use the Burleigh Heads Fradgley Hall for their active and healthy, and telling me that they can no longer afford that. And it's only the 7 to 9 p.m. They acknowledge that probably the 5 to 7 p.m. is supporting, you know, our nighttime economy, our restaurants, our bars, and that's probably a different demographic. But what I consistently keep hearing is the morning really changes the way we live. And I don't think it's fair, you know, if the local communities that have these parking meters are telling us, the community sentiment is telling us that it's too much. We are already raising, and we will continue to raise more than last year. What I'm asking for is this simple dial back. You know, at some point, as we grow, other meters will be scheduled for other divisions. Right now, I think there's only meters in 4 divisions, and they might be west, and they might, you know, raise additional revenues that are spread across the whole of city, not concentrated into key pockets. And I would just urge councillors, if the standardisation which we voted for is 7 to 7, those new meters coming in at 7 a.m. is a real lifestyle impact. So I've heard many stories like that. I've also heard the weekend stories, and I do have the Infant Saviour Church that does have their morning mass, and they have come and seen me, and they are now paying for that. So there are many, many stories, and so I still come back to, this is not us not meeting performance, we're over meeting. So I just think it's incumbent on us to listen to the community feedback, because now we have it, and we're still raising additional revenue. All I'm asking for is a slight correction, Mr. Mayor, that supports the lifestyle of the Gold Coast.
Debate's closed. Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Councillor Taylor, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Tozer.
Motion carried. Any other items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Taylor? Are you still with us?
Yep. Mr. Mayor, did you, I believe 6.3, you may want to mention the corridor. Someone mentioned. Sorry, just. If not, I'm happy to continue.
No, just do the lot, mate.
Sorry,
move
okay,
the lot.
close it. Yep. I move all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Consideration notice of motion, nil. Question on notice, nil. Presentation of petition, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move that this petition requesting council to improve safety and reduce dangerous traffic on Claggerbar Road, Claggerbar, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Put the motion to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the petition requesting to improve road and pedestrian safety around Cannindrabar State School in Burleigh Waters be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second to Councillor O'Neill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the petition requesting a zoning change from rural to rural residential at Stuckey Close and Fernhill Drive, Willowvale, be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the petition requesting not to adopt the proposed new road widening overlay amendment to the city plan not be received, and that a response and report previously provided by the committee be presented to the lead petitioner.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. General business item, nil. Mr. CEO?
Nil.
Nil. Other, 16.1. Mark Ryan, you've been waiting for a while on this one. Do I have to do in the close or not?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity today to provide you update on the climatic outlook for this year's increased risk season for weather, and also just touch on some of the preparedness activities that we've been working through. Wait. Perfect, thank you. So what we are seeing is we are certainly seeing an increase in heat this season, potentially some flood risk and severe storms. We are still seeing the emergence of cyber risks, and the national security level sits at, excuse me, at probable. Some of the more stable ones, based on the indications, are around the storm surge and tide, tropical cyclone, earthquake and tsunami and dam failure, and a below average fire season. So that's, I guess, the climatic drivers that they've provided through to us. So to speak with the heat, we received an up-to-date briefing only on Friday from the Bureau of Meteorology. What they're indicating, particularly this side of Christmas, is above average temperatures, but particularly calling it out at night, that we won't see a reduction in those cooler temperatures coming in, which may lead to heat waves, so three days or greater of that. And then they're expecting that to return to some sort of normality for a normal January, February in that space. A La Nina or a La Nina-like trend. So what they're saying at the moment is that there is signs of a very weak La Nina into November and December. So looking at typically higher than average rainfall. But again, after Christmas, that should drop back to being into a normal. So there's no indicators at this stage of going into a really strong La Nina and expecting those types of rainfall events at this stage. So to date, we've had a couple of small incidents across the Gold Coast and a number of weather risks around severe storms. So we had the Mount Nimmo bushfire back a little while ago, and that got to prepare to leave. So the orange level warning was only at that level for about 6 hours and then was dropped back just for some local residents, and the Queensland Fire Department did a great job. Recently, a few weeks ago, we saw the Gold Coast get to extreme extreme fire danger rating. So we're part of the southeast coast, so they might declare, for example, if the western areas or the northern areas, they'll declare the whole district of interest that day, and typically the sea breezes don't allow extreme fire danger day. We actually got into 74 was the number that we hit. 100 is the catastrophic number under the Australia Fire Warning System, danger rating system. So it was certainly it was an interesting day. Those that would remember the Monday, very, very blowy day, and temperatures well in excess of 35 degrees. 14 fires on that day, again, a really great effort by the Queensland Fire Department and the Rural Fire Service in wrapping all of those up really, really quickly. And also we've had recent storms that have come towards the city, and luckily in our case, the hinterland did its job and typically protected us. And unfortunately for Brisbane and others, they saw the impacts of those. Leading into the season, all of the plans have been reviewed. So the local disaster management plan, Mr Mayor and I signed off recently, so version 15 should be online very shortly. And we've also, at the end of the month, we will provide the tropical cyclone and the tsunami sub-plan to the local disaster management group for their endorsement. So from a seasonal outlook perspective, increased reach temperatures, above average rainfall, and what we're seeing is that the soil moisture will generate a higher flood risk. So what we're seeing at the moment is because it's so dry, obviously the water just sitting on the ground, so we're seeing flash flooding risk. But as we continue to see the nice rain that we're seeing, it's the soaking rain, that will return some of the catchments back to normal. Above average sea surface temperatures, so what that effectively is saying that the storms could be far more severe than normal, and we've seen that around some of the other local governments around us recently. It does indicate that cyclones will be more severe. There is no indicator, and there never is at this time of year whether cyclones will come south, but they're saying an average or just above average for tropical cyclones, but they may be more severe where they occur. From a community preparedness point of view, just want to say just the amount of community groups that have come up to us, and we're into those. I guess we've gone away from the big events only, certainly there, but a lot of that and working through your offices around where it is within your groups need some targeted attention, and we've seen that grow to if we get there by December, and we're pretty close to getting there, we'll see over 100 community events held this year. So that's an increase of about 300% on the previous year, and as I said, that can be everything from Mudgeeraba Show through to the local Provers Club in one of the divisions. So that's the divisional breakdown of where we've been. The obvious question is why so much in Division 6? Obviously, some of the bigger events such as Monster Machinery Day, etc., that are held around Broadwater as well explains that trend. But we are getting some really good saturation across the city now. Mr Mayor opened the preparedness forum this year. We had about 150 people from over 20 agencies attend that session. Really good sharing around Queensland Health about some of the work they're doing on heatwave, the Queensland Fire Department around their preparedness activities, and also some of the lessons that the city's taken in relation to Tropical Cyclone Alfred and our learnings. Our exercise program saw the end of the 39 training activities that we've now done. So we're now seeing over 220 staff that are now trained across the city in a secondary role in disaster management, which is fantastic. And I think probably important to note, we used to have to beg, borrow and steal staff for these roles. We've now got a waiting list. So people see the value in both participating, helping the community, and also seeing those secondary benefits, which has been fantastic. So 17 exercises, which then led to the large two-day exercise Leviathan, which was on a fairly significant tsunami event, which some of the learnings are also applicable around storm tide, storm surge, etc. So just some pictures of the day over 2 days, and then at the end of this month we'll do day 3, which is the recovery. So what we've taken is the live lessons from the response into planning the actual recovery exercise on the day. Of course, on the same day, Mr Mayor launched, you launched Get Ready Queensland, and we've got some really, really good coverage there. What we're hearing now is we're getting a really good saturation, and particularly when we're out in the community, what we're hearing is we typically give out our red envelopes, and that's a conversation starter. Is what we're hearing now is, yep, we got this because we were at an event 4 weeks ago. We're now actually being able to have a bit more mature discussions around, well, what have you done since that? And I've done an emergency kit, or I've been too busy. I've got a generator now. So we're actually starting to get sort of mature discussions, particularly and at the micro level. Again, typically we said, oh, we do all hazards. Well, that's, you know, as I said, well, what we need to work out is what division are we in, what's the environment, and really target those messages. So we've been having some good wins with that. An absolute outstanding effort by the guys doing the hazard reduction burn program, a really, really tricky year. You'll recall that most weekends were wet this year, so as it would get too wet, they had to pull back. So what they did was they changed the way of doing some work. So they would go in and do partial burns, so particularly around the ridge tops, and then wait for the conditions to be right, and then come and fill in the rest of the burns. So I thought I'd just give a quick demo just about some of the success of the program of this year.
It's King Parrot Mystery Road. I'm just going to take this footage. I actually got to breathe for a second. It's been a huge one. As you can see, we've got multiple like issues that we have to face with these burns. Like we've got the road, so we go down to one lane which we work off. Got traffic control over here. These guys, we've just come past this house here. You can see it engulfed in smoke, but obviously we've got fire lines around. It's all burnt out and black. It's all safe. The guys are just watching it. This is molasses grass back in. Now that's going to back, I don't know if you can see that. I'll get down there and show you. It's back onto the road. It's actually backing really well. It's a really clean burn. You can see it through there. We're not putting any fire on there. Show you this one. Out onto the road around the corner. We're just basically letting it back down now. Let it come out everywhere on the road and just monitor and watch it. No use of water on this particular part of the land, which is where the burn big day, but everything's going well.
Sorry.
There's a lot of burn.
That's one way. Good example, and it's just burnt out all this molasses. You can see obviously that a shed there, the house, like great protection for them. Like, you know, they should be absolutely stoked. And we've still got one lane closed. You can see a vehicle coming up now. That's the sort of things you've got to deal with. You sort of keep that road going, but we've got one lane closed obviously up here.
Yeah, so the voice of Brett Cutter, probably one of the most experienced fire practitioners on the Gold Coast. But yeah, some really good successful programs and asset protection this year. We held the emergency service safari in Coomera. We had over 5,000, so that's just getting bigger and bigger. And we're hoping that we can also attract some funding to do that again in 2026, and got plans in place to do so. And finally, really, really happy to report that our automatic flood warnings have now been expanded. So you'll recall, councillors, that we had these go live in the Currumbin and Tullabudgera just prior to the cyclone, and while we were building the additional 15 flood warning areas. So they're now live, where that takes a lot of the decision manual away from the duty officer, and it allows the duty officer to make a decision based on intelligence and just send the warning. So that's now occurring. So Kath's just going to give us a quick update on recovery, Mr Mayor.
Thanks. Now for recovery.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Okay, so moving on to recovery, I'm also pleased to say that we've been really working hard in uplifting our capability in the recovery space. So we now have over 60 different organisations as part of our local recovery group, which is massive, and really looking at the different areas we needed to strengthen our capability. So, for example, in the economic space, we've been working with Invest and Brand and Experience Gold Coast, having those economic packages ready in case we need them. In the environmental space, we've been working with the wildlife agencies, making sure that our wildlife in a disaster have that support as well. And in the human social, we've been working with the Multi-Faith Network. It was one of the great stories from the recovery components of TC Alfred, and really expanding that network so that we've got all of those different community groups ready to support us should we need to recover from another event. We've also created a handbook. So we've gone digital, and this is available for all of those different agencies to actually go in and have a look. So again, lots of people, quite difficult to get 60 organisations together at the same time. We break it down into those subgroups in our infrastructure, in our economic, environmental and human social, and obviously they have separate meetings and then we come together at regular intervals. In the meantime, we use things like the handbook just to make sure all of that information is available, so if they need it, it's ready there. One of the great stories I think that came out of TC Alfred, and thank you Mr Mayor for supporting this, was the first ever Disaster Community Hero Awards. And what we found was that we really wanted to showcase the amazing things that community did for each other during these kind of events. So we did some promotion on this. We got some amazing stories, and we got a couple of ones that obviously came here, and thank you councillors for supporting and recognising them. I think when people see what other people can do, it really brings out the best in the Gold Coast. And this is something we'll be looking to support in the future as well. TC Alfred, believe it or not, we are now into long-term recovery. So it feels like it's been forever, but we are absolutely chipping away. And you can see here, this is our recovery dashboard. It is available on the Gold Coast dashboard, so the community as well as everyone else can come and see our progress, and we are getting there. Obviously, some of these things will take years for us to recover. And obviously in the infrastructure space, I'm thinking about things such as our beaches, but obviously in the environmental, we lose a lot of tree canopy, and that's going to take us a very long time to recover from. But overall, we are certainly on track and working towards hitting all of those key objectives. The other thing that I think we should all be really proud of is that the TC recovery plan was actually community engaged, and we actually took it to the community and says, does this resonate with you? So this was something that they helped us create, and ongoing something we'll continue to do ongoing. Operation Cleanup, it was probably one of the biggest challenges, Mr Mayor, in terms of how we actually supported the city during TC Alfred, but we are absolutely there in terms of making sure we're getting all of that impact cleaned up and away from us. So some of these things can take time. We know that we've had wet weather, and as we mentioned, that can impact the way that we have to do our maintenance and clean up, but certainly in terms of where we're up to, we're pretty much there.
Can you leave it till the end? Okay.
Have we finished all the work orders that are out for that? Yeah. Sorry. Have we finished the work orders?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we have pretty much finished all of those. I think this one you can see there in terms of the total amount. Obviously, this then starts to compound because we're in long term. Some of these have been superseded by other work. So this has now moved into business as usual.
Thank you.
Okay, I know we've certainly spoken about it a lot, but obviously from a beaches perspective, that's one of our key focuses. It is, I think we've already had different reports on this. Probably the thing to mention here is that our beaches haven't recovered. Still 80% of them still have less than sand than they did before TC Alfred as we go into the next season. And as we know, events are compounding. So obviously not where we'd like to be, but the team have done some amazing work to get them where they are so far. It is, I guess, one of our biggest challenges that we're continuing to face. Now we're having multiple large and longer term events. They are compounding on each other. So what we're finding now is that people have gone through lots of these. We're doing some particular focus with children who are starting to get more potentially sometimes nervous, same way as we have people who went through the Christmas storm events and then through TC Alfred. So making sure that we're understanding where those kind of vulnerable communities are and making sure we're trying to also build that resilience into them before we go into that. Another really good example, Mr Mayor, and thank you because I know that you're opening it, is with one of the departments, we're actually doing a small business disaster resilience workshop on the 18th of November. And that's about understanding their impacts. So instead of sort of the damage that we think about, this is about closing business for periods of time. So how can we help them with those kind of things? So looking for those opportunities, and betterment and resilience is obviously one of the key components that allows us then to recover better. And Mark's going to take you through a couple more of those resilience things.
Thanks, Kath. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, so we'll be coming back to committee and council early this year with the first disaster resilience scorecard, which is an outcome in the 22-27 org plan. A lot of work across the entire organisation to build that score up and a really good pathway forward. So look forward to providing an update on that. And in relation to Program Air, we are well in, train around the $1.7 million resolved by council to uplift the evacuation centres as part of Program Air. And again, we'll bring a full report to Program Air in the first half of 2026. However, just pleased to report that today we've actually got our project manager on the ground with James Cook University doing the initial inspections on the Resilient Homes project that we've started. So that's the 50-odd properties initially. Once we take those learnings, we'll rapidly put them out and then early next year into the 1,000 self-assessments. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll take a question going from left to right. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think it's fair to say that we have a pretty impressive portfolio here in response to these issues, both management and post-event. Yeah. And I just want to express my thanks and appreciation of Mark in particular for the role that he plays commanding that resilience program, and to all the staff and all the volunteers that you represent. I had a question about the report, and of course we can't define when natural disasters are going to occur. They'll do it when they want, but I'm always worried about that gap around August to October in particular, when it really starts to heat up and things are really dried. And most of our programs seem to be focused on the summer period because that's when we expect the worst, but I'm always concerned about that 3-month period where things are really dry and we're pretty vulnerable. And I'd appreciate how you're going to respond to that, or how you can, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess that's a really interesting point, Councillor. Thank you for the question. And some of the debate in the industry at the moment is when is the high risk severe weather season? It is changing to a continuum now as opposed to a specific season. So to that, what we're going to look to do is, I just recently spoke at this committee, we're going to do a review of the Get Ready program. And look at, we know that other councils are doing different things, and it's not going to be a large-scale review. It's going to be quite a quick review to look at what are the other councils doing, what's happening with the shifting of the season, and then if we need to adjust our lead time, and particularly around recovery and then starting the preparedness and resilience, we would do that. So it's certainly on our radar around that the traditional season is changing and we need to change the way we do things.
Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I was simply going to ask you if you would accept an additional point in the recommendation, sure. And it was that Council continues to pursue grant funding opportunities to support the project air improvements identified in the report, because they are significant. I think the total amount over 5 years remains confidential, but they're significant, and I just thought if we identified that we really need some help from the state and federal governments in this space.
That'll give me the ability to write on behalf of the city.
Great. Sorry to ask the
all
question
good.
with
Would you like to move the motion?
I'm happy to move the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll second that.
So with a 1, that is as it is, that council notes the report, so that becomes 1. And 2, that council continues to pursue grant funding opportunities to support the Project AIR initiatives or improvements. Maybe they are fine. Initiatives, yeah, outlined within the report.
Okay. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Councillor Patterson?
Not against.
Question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to the CEO. We recently, in our latest update in the Governance Committee, reflected on how the budget for water was determined. one of the things that was expressed is that it was assumed that we would have a lower than normal rainfall, and because of that we were expecting more customers to use more water. So my question is, how do we create those assumptions, and maybe we might want to consider in future, rather than assuming less than, at least a normal range. You may not have the information now, but I think that's important, and how that's going to impact on our budget, how it could impact on our budget. And then the second question is regarding mowing, because we've had issues with mowing, particularly around the summer period when everybody's using our parks. It's very difficult for us to get in when it's raining, but that's when people want a high level of service. So how are we going to address that if we're expecting high rainfall over December, January?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So a few things. So we have historically used weather forecasting around our budgeting. It's not an exact science. We don't always get it right. We certainly don't take the bottom case. We don't take the top case. We take a medium position. I think there's some lessons to be learnt from last year that we're happy to apply. But broadly speaking, we use the best advice we possibly can. In terms of mowing, there hasn't been a year that I've been the CEO, coming into my fourth year, where there hasn't been a councillor raise concerns about mowing. It's a difficult one. We get to there's something about this city and this part of the world. We get to a point where we mow, and then I think it's sort of in that summer high growth period, particularly if we get a bit of water, and then bang, it looks like we haven't mowed it. So, and you are right. The biggest challenge with mowing is actually getting access to those areas, because what tends to happen, councillor, is that it rains, everyone's inside, then they want to go out, and that's exactly when we want to get into those parks and when it can become difficult. So, look, there's no exact science around that, and these are all considerations that I know Michael and his team are looking at, and will form the basis, Mr. Mayor, of our discussion next year as we roll into the budget process.
All right, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question just around the $170 million cyclone recovery package that was announced on the 7th of July. And I guess I just wanted to know, is the city intending on applying for some of that grants for the stage 2 and 3 of Northern Beaches? And then also looking forward, natural disasters are more frequent than what we would like. I was really interested in, also as a second part to that, understanding how we're forecasting for potential future impacts in the annual city budget.
CEO.
Thank you. I've just asked Michael to come in case I need him. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. We will seek to extract as much money as humanly possible of that 75 million. There is an allocation, a notional allocation to the city, but we will absolutely do that. In terms of the second part, which is how do we forecast, a cyclone or a similar event to this year in our budget. I mean, that is incredibly hard to do, councillor, as you would understand, because this was a 1 in 50 year event. The best thing we can do is spend as much money as we possibly can, or our budget allows, in buttressing up our coastline and our assets in order to handle this. And the more prepared we can be, the better we will be. But I'll let Michael, who's walked in, if it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, the Director, just talk to the specifics of the 75 million and what's likely to be proposed to be in next year's budget when it comes to asset renewal.
Roger.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of the environmental package, that covers primarily the beach restoration, and also there is some riverine reinstatement components. So the good news around those guidelines, which were finally released, is that the beach nourishment works, which include dredging, backpassing, our sand skimming, all the work that we've done effectively from July onwards is eligible under that program. So officers are putting together a detailed submission through to DETSI, who are actually administering the fund. That is due by the end of this month. So that's effectively 4 weeks to prepare the submission over the next 2 years. So we're well placed, obviously, as a city, because we're quite advanced in our work. But yes, certainly there'll be a significant opportunity for the city to recover under that environmental package, and we'll be ready to lodge that before the end of the month.
Any other questions? Just before I go for the vote, Thank you, Mark, Trish, Catherine, and it's amazing work that both of you do, and I know firsthand that we stood up and stood getting ready, and other agencies. It's not office hours. We talk to each other 3 o'clock in the morning at times. So congratulations, not just on this presentation, but for the work you do for our city. Councillor Gates.
Are you ready for me to close, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm really pleased to move this today because I think recent events have proven that preparedness plays such a big part in the outcomes when we have unexpected events. And I too have experienced firsthand just how very significant the changes, Mr. Mayor, that you have affected in our disaster management arena have been. And for those of you who haven't been here for an extended period of time, people used to sort of drag themselves along to our DMU meetings and there wasn't full participation, but the Mayor took it on as something that he was really passionate about. And now you can't get a seat at those meetings because everyone is there hoping to contribute and being led in such an able way, especially from your leadership, Mark. So people are still calling me Cyclone Donna as a result of Alfred. That's certainly not true, but it gives me great pleasure to move this today and to acknowledge the work that has been done in this space. I do hope that we can be successful in attracting some grant funding because we did get a contribution from the state of $10 million for the centre that Mr. Mayor moved on. Apart from that, we haven't had a great deal, and in order to do the things that we recognise are necessary, it will help us enormously if we can attract a bit of grant funding to support the efforts of this council. So here's hoping.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor, put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. We go to 16.2. Who's doing that?
I can talk to it. Maybe go to Councillor Curtis.
Huh?
I can go first.
You want to go first? Or yeah, go ahead. See.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would, if it's appropriate, refer to Councillor Curtis as the chair of the committee. It's a paper that is only here in the other business because there was the one paper for the committee, so it made more sense to bring it to full council rather than hold the full committee. We've got the EGM and the director and the general manager over there ready to go if councillors have any questions, but I'm sure Councillor Curtis can speak to it far better than I can.
Well, in that case, would you move the recommendation?
I'd like to move the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr.
seconder.
Mayor.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Well, I did ask for that. Seconder, Councillor Tozer, and I'll hear from Councillor Curtis first.
Mr. Mayor, so this item is a closed item. It relates to budget and contract matters. However, I'm sure my colleagues have read the report and can understand the benefits of extending what is proposed within the report, as that will be of benefit to the local government area because it allows us to have a more competitive tendering process. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion which I provided the Chamber's support. I don't think it substantially affects the motion, and I'd seek the mover to accept the amendment.
Well, let's have a look at it. Can you read it out, the
Yes.
amended?
That during the tender process, strong emphasis be given to the Council's desire to expand the bulky curbside collection service to horizontal strata properties, and tenderers should be encouraged to present innovative solutions to Service Council's expansion intent.
All right.
I don't think it substantially changes it, Mr. Mayor, so I'm
No,
proposing
I take it as an amendment. Seconder, Councillor Young, you can speak on it?
Just very quickly. It's well known, I've fought and lost a few battles here. This here is seeking to.
No judgment, mate. We all. That's what it's all about. We all know.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Mr. Mayor. But look, this particular amendment is reflecting the council's already sustained desire to expand into this space. There's nothing secret here. There are some operational issues that actually prevent that from occurring, and Mr. Owens and I have gone back and forward over how we can address that. And so I'm just simply saying, well, the tender process should also suggest during that process that we encourage tenderers to bring innovative solutions to satisfy this, because some operational issues simply are not being met with the current service. I'll not say I have an outcome, but I'd like it to be a focus, because there is a significant number of horizontal strata properties in my division that has been assessed already and still can't be serviced, Mr. Mayor. So I think this is a nice change.
Okay. Right. Councillor Wilkinson.
Just a question, if I can, through you, Chair, and it's probably best directed to Chris. Just in relation to the work that the city, I think that what Councillor Doran has put forward is quite, I think it's quite good as far as adding to what was existing. I just wanted to see if there was some information you could provide in open around the good work that we have been doing already towards this space. I know that we had significant changes. I think it was 2019 when this model was introduced, removing the old curbside collection. And just will that hinder, I guess, in any capacity, what's put forward today being the ongoing work that we're already doing, I guess? That's what I just want to seek some clarity on is, will it impact what we've already done and what we're going to do, or will this add benefit more or less overall to what we want to achieve as an overall city approach?
To you, Mr. Mayor. I see this as a continuum of where we're going. We are looking at these. Our desire is to cover and service more of our customers. Obviously, we will talk through the budget implications of that through a special budget committee. But in terms of the intent of this one, we do want to provide a service that's not necessarily exclusive to one customer segment.
Okay. No one to speak against the motion? Councillor Doran to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To recap on Councillor Curtis's commencement, this is to extend the service whilst the tendering process is undertaken in order to ensure the city gets the best possible deal and the best possible tenderer. My amendment is born about because of the intent of council to expand into this space, but then that space operationally is unable to be
Point of order,
serviced.
Mr. Mayor. It should be Councillor Curtis closing the debate.
Oh, you're right.
It was a amendment.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll shut up.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Councillor Doran for his amendment, and the addition is in line with currently resolved direction that this council has taken, and I have no issue with its inclusion, and I think that emphasis is one that's welcome and reflective of previous decision making, and look forward to seeing the results of that.
Thank you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. 16.3, Mayoral Valley Master Plan.
I think we just amended the motion. Do we? I think it becomes the motion, and then we have to vote on the
becomes the motion.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor. I hate to correct you.
All right then.
I've already been wrong once today.
All right. Do you want to? That becomes a motion. You want to close?
The mover of the motion accepted the amendment.
Oh, no. It's all right. It's an amend. I took it as an amended motion. Right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that amended motion becomes the motion. Councillor shouldn't say Curtis there. Councillor Doran. Right. Do you want to close?
Okay.
I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Unanimous. Thank you. All right, 16.3, Mayoral Valley Master Plan. Mr. CEO, could you invite... You can invite him in first, can't you? No? All right. All right. Councillor Gates, just a second. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I note that there was a document distributed by the General Counsel last night about conflicts today.
Okay, we'll do conflicts first.
And I was not intending on making a conflict declaration, and I'm just seeking the advice of the Council. I have 4 potential conflicts today from fundraisers of years gone by, but they're all outside the relevant term. I don't feel conflicted. I've had no contact with the proponents or anybody else regarding this project. I have left the chamber on previous occasions when I had a relevant term declaration, but they're all between 9 and 15 years ago now. And at recent committee meetings, the council has taken the view that because it's outside the relevant term, there's no conflict.
Well, councillors, it's outside relevant term. I think it's pretty clear that that's done and dusted.
So I have prepared them because they were listed as potential conflicts, but I don't feel the need to.
Well, I don't think you need to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Unless some councillor insist. Councillor Tozer.
Question, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to get the sum total of all of the. Have you thought about what exactly are we? Because you made a declaration without making a declaration. I'm trying to work out what we're actually. Disregarding.
Let's just talk about terms, right? What? How long ago is your
2008 there was one. 2014 there were two. 2015 Rocky Point Mulching provided $390.
So the question I should ask you, is there any 16 and more recent?
There were donations in 2016, Mr. Mayor, but they were refunded. That was to Gasman Development Perspectives. I've had no contact at all with them, other than reading in the report that they are giving a little bit of advice to the proponent. I mean, that's the only way I knew. So I don't feel conflicted, Mr. Mayor, but I did want to raise it given that I have left the room on previous occasions.
Councillor Tozer.
So my other question is, you obviously, Councillor Gates, represented that area for a long time, and I know your family has lots of real estate connections. Is there any other relationship between the area and your interest or the interest of your family that we should be aware of?
My family had no related parties or land holdings in the area. I owned a property on the Pimpama Jacobswell Road, which I lived in for 5 years because I made a commitment to live in the division. That was sold in 2017.
Yep.
I don't have any association with even the ratepayers of Division 1 since I ceased being their representative. There's been no ongoing association whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I think I have 6 DCOIs to put in on this. Mr. Mayor, if you permit me first, a question through you to the General Counsel, just to seek confirmation through you that I sought advice upon your review of the report that I do not have a prescribed conflict of interest on this matter.
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, I did provide you with details of what would constitute a prescribed conflict of interest, and I understand you made an assessment against that provision. Yep.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to get prescribed out of the way first so I can go to the declarable. So, Mr. Mayor, I have 6 declarable conflicts of interest I intend to put on the record today. For hopefully tidiness of time, I'm not going to execute each one of them into too much detail, apart from to give the detail, but the reasoning I've given on all of them is the same, just to make it easy. So, Mr. Mayor, the first one is the proximity of my private place of residence to the proposed development investigation area. One of the things that I've been able to update since the last time I made this conflict is that there's obviously some maps in this report. There's a lot of maps, actually. None of them are at cadastral level, so I can't be 1,000% certain, but it would appear based on the conceptual layout map that my private place of residence falls outside of the layout area that's proposed. So I'm putting that on the record that my private place of residence is within proximity of the proposed development area. Again, that my property is not part of the DMA agreement, which is the development management agreement, which other landowners have signed, and that I have not discussed my property with the proponent. Mr. Mayor, I'm seeking permission to participate in the matter. This is going to be the same reason that is on all 6 of those, so I'll go into it with a little bit more detail this one. So I am seeking to participate in the discussion debate on this item and seeking approval to participate in all future briefings and meetings connected to this item. While it is up to my colleagues, I've put forward a position that I would like to seek support of from my colleagues today, is that while I participate in all questions, discussion and debate on this item, that I do not vote on the matter. Number 2 is that I may participate in future meetings, briefings on the matter, but must have
a city officer present, that minutes of the meeting must be recorded and provided to the office of the CEO within 24 hours of the meeting briefing occurring. And number 3, that upon receipt of any information that I feel may alter an existing conflict declaration or potentially create a new declaration, that I stop participating in all meetings and briefings until a new or updated conflict of interest declaration can be considered by council. Mr. Mayor, the proposal in Norwell Valley is one of the largest proposals this city has ever seen. In fact, it probably is the largest proposal the Gold Coast has ever seen. And it's definitely one of the largest proposals in Queensland history. The proposal is entirely within the boundaries of the current Division 1, and it represents 1/4 of the entire landmass of my division. I do believe I'm uniquely positioned not just as the duly elected councillor for Division 1, but as a lifetime resident with over 160 years of family connection to this part of the Gold Coast and to this particular industry, to provide my colleagues with information, context and point of view that will assist in ensuring the best decision possible is made in the public interest, not just for my division, but the entire Gold Coast. After considering all of the information that's available to date, I believe I can discharge my duties as an elected representative for my division and for the city with an open and persuadable mind, and through ensuring accurate, timely and transparent disclosure of all my conflicts, can ensure confidence that any decision I'm involved with on this matter is made in the public interest. I'd seek my colleagues' permission to represent my community in the city, referring to the 1, 2, 3 as proposed conditions that I would seek to be added as a procedural motion.
Questions? No question.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hamill. I accept that you'll have an open mind and look at this in a proper way. I ask just a theoretical question: on what circumstances in this particular development proposal would you consider not beneficial to the city if a proposal comes forward? So I'm trying to understand. This is a benefit to a lot of your constituents, but what would be the trigger in your mind if the proposal put forward something that you then didn't support because it wasn't in the interest of the city, specifically in relation to infrastructure, is where I'm heading with that, Councillor.
Sorry, Mr. I think Councillor Doran got there in the end. I did. In a bit of a roundabout way. So I think I understand the context of the question. It's exactly for that reason, Mr. Mayor, that I want to be involved, is that this report, while it has a lot of detail, it still leaves a million questions open and a lot more information to be sought. It is questions on infrastructure, hydraulics, soil, a million constraints that need to be dealt with. And it's for that exact reason, I think, as a local councillor based in this particular area, that my knowledge of those constraints is really important to hopefully making sure that if anything is to occur in this area, that all of those considerations are given all of the attention they should be. And that I won't be backwards if I feel like something has been put forward by the proponent that could lead to a negative impact in the existing community or future community of this area. If I think it's going to have a negative impact, I will not be afraid to raise it, and really think that's one of the most important reasons why I continue to be part of this discussion.
The other part also I find interesting is that your experience as Chair of Planning will greatly assist the city if you're still involved. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the answer, Councillor Hamill. My last question on the DCOIs, Mr. Mayor, is in relation to point 2, that I may participate in future meetings and briefings on the matter, but must have a city officer present, and the minutes you will consider the rest of it. Will that apply also to any advocacy that Councillor Hamill might have in relation to with the state government or the federal government or any other outside parties, just to protect him from anything that sits outside of that wording but is in line with that consistent theme?
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind briefly, I actually forgot I did some maps to demonstrate where my property actually sits inside of list, because I realise that most of you would have no context of where Faciles Road is or Alberton is. So if you wouldn't mind while I answer that question, could I pass these maps around just to show where my private place of residence is on that map? There's a few of those. To you, Councillor Doran, so I've put forward 1, 2 and 3 as possible conditions. Obviously, there's up to you and our colleagues to decide exactly what those conditions look like. I would envisage that any meeting I'm participating in with any level of government or anything on this matter, there would be a city officer present. I mean, that would be straightforward. If that was something that had councillors feel more comfortable that no matter what meeting it is, no matter what level of government it is, there must be a city officer present. I suspect there'll be one there already, but if there's not, we can arrange that. I'd be happy if that needs to be more bluntly called out. And Mr Mayor, for the map I've just passed around for councillors, so the yellow outline is land outside the urban footprint in the north end of the Gold Coast. The bigger red block in the very, very top section is my private place of residence, and then just for context, the smaller red block is my parents' private place of residence. That is the fullness of our land holdings in this particular area.
Mr Mayor, just on a personal, I appreciate Councillor Hamill's detailed answers to those questions. I know that other councillors will have more. I would appreciate if, in due course, if we could change it to say any meetings in this matter, there is a city officer present, notes taken, and that would be my preference. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Other questions? Right.
That's up for you guys.
Councillor Tozer?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move a procedural motion. I've heard what Councillor Hamill has had to say, and I feel quite confident that he'd have great value to add to the debate, but I also accept his own suggestion that he be out of the room for the vote. I think that seems reasonable. It's his suggestion. So I would love to move a procedural motion that reflects Councillor Hamill's...
Well, we can cut and paste it in there.
If that's okay?
Yeah. So...
I think Councillor Doran might have an amendment to that, though, so he was just raising his hand. So.
Don't you want to finish what you were doing first?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
So my motion would
want
be...
to do cut and paste.
Yeah.
Because Councillor Tozer's got the floor. I don't want to kick him off there.
That's great. Thank you. But you might want to change the words "I" to Councillor Hamill. Yeah, if you can change the eyes for Councillor Hamill, that'd be great. We just got to check on the grammar. So, following Councillor Hamill's with an apostrophe S in up the top, further up. Following conditions apply to Councillor Hamill's apostrophe S. That kind of, and the word where it's underlined and bolded, it should be does not vote. Just do not vote. Yeah, just yes. Yeah. Yep, that two can say as it is. The potentially great new decorations that Councillor Hamill stop participation, and that can probably say the same as well. I think it's effective in its current wording. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a second to that, but
no, it's all right. No, I don't want to take a seconder yet, just in case there's other input.
Of course.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if the move will be amendable to the minutes being provided to the office of the CEO and councillors within 24 hours of the meeting briefing occurring.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to raise one possible issue with that, is that if there are meetings that occur with state government officers that may be confidential, that they may prefer that the councillors get that information through the office of the CEO instead. I don't know if it might just create a practical problem, just flagging. I don't have a problem with it, but just flagging there may be a practical problem where the state says they prefer that it not be done that way.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, I've got no problem with the minutes being provided to the CEO and then the CEO providing those to councillors, as opposed to Councillor Hamill providing those directly. So I don't know if there's a way we could word that. Minutes of the meeting must be recorded and provided to the CEO. within 24 hours and with subsequently distributed to councillors. So after occurring subsequently distributed to councillors. I don't think under any confidentiality, I don't think there's one councillor who's allowed to be accessible. Like, I think every councillor has to have the same information. There's no one of us that is allowed to have.
It's subject to the state. I mean, if the state goes, okay, this is what we're discussing now, it's for who's ever in the room only, it's their information.
Okay.
Then,
I'll leave that.
Then the CEO can't release it.
Of course.
There's different parties. If it belongs to council, you have access. But I'm saying that information may not belong to council, may belong to the state government.
Okay.
During the discussion. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you again, just wondering whether the mover would be amenable to putting a time on that. So when we're saying subsequently distributed to all councillors within and what's an appropriate time.
But you don't know what it is. What I'm getting at is he might have to go back and check with the Director General of State Government.
Totally understand that, Mr. Mayor. It was just that we were told there was a meeting happening in February and minutes would be provided and we never received the minutes. So it was just to try and put a time. We've never seen those minutes and we're now sitting here in November. That's all.
See ya.
I've just made a drafting suggestion which says within 24 hours we're reasonably practicable.
That's fair. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I really believe that there should be something here which only allows Councillor Hamill to deal with the state government if it's part of a council resolution. Because this is a massive thing that I'm quite surprised we've done the work that we've done to date. There was never a council resolution to actually proceed with that work at this point in time, but we have it and information is always valuable. And from what I can gather, because I have not been involved until the distribution of this report, from what I can gather, it's taken legs and it's flying on the basis of the potential for development of the area that might be imposed upon the city by the state government and the consequences of that to the city. But I have an issue myself with Councillor Hamill putting a viewpoint to the state government that might be outside of what the council's intention is. And I don't know how we do that, but I guess the recent Dreamworld decision gives me pause for being really careful about what might be presented to the state government if it's not been decided by council as yet. So I kind of don't understand what meetings there would be from a council perspective with the state government if what is being proposed today is more information. Why would there be a need at this point for meetings with the state government?
You brought up Dreamworld, so what was the mishap there?
Well, it wasn't a mishap. Council ultimately voted on it, but only after there had been a meeting that I, as the divisional councillor, was not in attendance at, that proposed a pathway for the consideration of that development application other than through the council. And I just found that a little unusual. I believe so, but...
I don't think you can legally tie my hands to discuss whatever I want with the state as divisional councillor. As chair of planning, I have to put the position of the city forward, and I do. But as divisional councillor, I don't think you can legally tie my hands like that. I'm entitled as a councillor of the city to talk with the state on any matter I wish and put forward my own view. As chair of planning, or when I'm acting mayor, I must put forward the position of the city. There has to be a reality between the two of them. I don't know how you can necessarily achieve that.
Councillor Gates?
If I may respond, I think the issue here is that we are trying against 6 declarations to decide the level of Councillor Hamill's involvement, given the family history and I think it was 160 years of tenure in that location. I get that. It's a tricky one for us to decide to allow unfettered ongoing involvement by Councillor Hamill. And if I was out of the room on the last occasion, but I believe it was nearly a tied vote, and the suggestion at that time, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that Councillor Hamill would be involved in one meeting and that there was a report to come to the next committee meeting. Now, clearly that was last February and there's been clearly more meetings than one. The council resolution probably didn't reflect the sentiment of the committee. And that was just, Mr Mayor, in the wording. And you know and I know that sometimes unless you're really careful with the wording of a resolution, your intent can be reflected in a different way by the words that are chosen to go on the recommendation. I think Councillor Hamill's involvement in this matter is crucial. I think he has a far greater knowledge than most of us, and including me, who represented the area for 12 years. His knowledge is greater and he can contribute to it. I just don't believe that he should be representing the city's interests with the state government over this matter. I think that maybe the Deputy Chair of Planning should take that journey.
Or the Mayor.
Or the Mayor if he wants, but as someone who was his deputy for 13 years, I know that that's not his favoured thing to do, to participate in SEQ planning decisions or workshops. But I'm trying to be sensitive to your workload, Mr Mayor, and your, I suppose, planning desire to be involved. And I think that Councillor Doran could do that and relieve you of that pressure.
Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, while Councillor Gates has not proposed any words, I'm not willing to accept any restriction being put on me as a duly elected councillor under the Local Government Act. You cannot preclude me from talking to the state government. Like that's not something that can be put on that.
You can have a conflict.
Yes.
I don't think you can. So a better conflict is one thing, but I don't think you can tie my hands to not be able to talk with the state government.
We can decide that, though, right?
Councillor Patterson, putting practical measures in place of when if I'm in a meeting with the state government, who is there and what the minutes are practical steps. But I don't think you can blanket stop me from talking with the state government. I have that right to do that as a councillor of the city. Yes. Like I think that is my legal right, and I'm willing to have that opened up. But I don't believe that councillors can restrict other councillors' legal rights to represent. You can put practical measures in place to make feel better about it. If it's someone else at the meetings, whatever it may be, but a blanket, you can't meet with the state on this matter, I really don't see it. And why on this particular one? So it's a comfort for everyone. It's a comfort on anything else in the city that I can represent the city's position, but not on this one. I'm a bit confused by that.
So I just respond first up regarding my potential input. I don't think you need to minute myself into that because I can interject to all matters, right? And in this one, in the early days, I will be there because such a big project, I'll be interested. If it's something like building a boat shed somewhere or a slipway or something, no, I'd leave it to area councillors to do that. So I am selective regarding issues, and you're right. I mean, I lean on expertise of our councillors in their expertise in no matter what it is. Case in point, if something that I'm quite passionate about is the ARC project, I'm more than happy to. I mean, I'm chair of ARC, and I'll be there all the time. I view this project is crucial to the city. So I don't think I'll be involved with the meetings in the early days to make sure that the city's interest is protected from the, let's say, the state government. I think we've got to take the lead on it. That's why I welcome Councillor Hamill to be in there, because it will help me to understand easier of what we're trying to protect for on behalf of the city. And everyone, the elephant in the room is the infrastructure charges. And that's really the part of, let's call it, advocacy. And to keep our eye on the ball, that is crucial. Until that lapses, then once the project's a bit more mature, and then I'll come back to council to go, right, who else wants to continue on to be involved? And I'll do it then. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, I have no problem with Councillor Doran being to those meetings. Like, if the practical measure you'd like to put in is that the Deputy Chair of Planning attend meetings that involve the state government, that doesn't worry me. And I'm not sure it's not going to worry you to have another councillor there. So if that was a practical measure you wanted to put in, Councillor Doran's rubbing his head a little bit, I'd be more than happy with that. That is a more comfortable measure.
I don't think we'd leave it. I'd leave it open, because there's another party involved here, right, which is state government. And I've been to state government meetings where there's a lot of our people there outweighing them. We don't get the right outcome. Right? So if it's out of my depths, I'll ask Deputy Chair to go on my behalf. You think I'd like to go to Brisbane? Not really. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was going to suggest exactly what Councillor Hamill just suggested, and perhaps we could put the wording as you or the Deputy Chair of Planning, so we know that it's in there. So we know that either you or Deputy Chair is in the meeting.
But I don't need to have my name in there.
No, I know.
You can't force me to go to the meeting.
No, okay, no. But I
don't want my name in there.
So I'm requesting, and I think there's some other councillors, I don't know whether it's majority or not, that there is one other councillor in the meeting.
If you want, fine. But
So,
don't,
and that
don't
could
put
be,
my name in.
well, I can exclude your name if you like, but it could be the mayor or the.
I just said to you, leave me out of it.
Okay, so we'll just put it in the Deputy Chair.
Sure.
Okay.
Do that.
Thank you. If Councillor Toes is happy to accept that.
He's got his happy face on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you call it my happy face. Mr Mayor, I think having a city officer present is the most appropriate way forward. I have no problem Councillor Hamill inviting Councillor Doran. I have no problem Councillor Doran inviting himself, in the same way that as the Mayor, you can meet with whoever whenever you want. I'm not going to be telling you what to do. And the same thing, I wouldn't tell Councillor Hamill what to do either. Frankly, I think the idea about gathering information and meeting with the state about these matters is practically protected by the minutes of those meetings being provided to the CEO and subsequently distributed to councillors. To me, that's the protections in place.
I agree with you.
I don't think any extra protection is in place if an additional elected official attends with Councillor Hamill. I don't. Yeah, so my motion isn't a motion yet, but
no,
I'm not inclined to change it. I'm not inclined to change it, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, all right. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I might have some middle ground here. So maybe on whether the council will agree, Mr Mayor, maybe if the procedural motion point 2 could be added to the end of that, say something along the lines of, for the avoidance of doubt, minutes are required to be kept and distributed for all state government and federal government and other external party meetings or external stakeholder meetings, just to have, there's no doubt that there's something from a state government. I think something that Councillor Hamill inferred before that he'd be accepting, that protects everybody, and it just means there's no doubt when it says future meetings and briefings that we're not just referring to internal, but we're referring to external. So I think that covers it, but that's my suggestion.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to change the words where it says, maybe not at the end of the thing, just where it says, may participate in any future meetings, briefings with internal and external parties.
Okay.
So that last line is not necessary. So just in any future meetings and briefings with internal or external parties on the matter. You can put that in brackets if you like. No, you've already got on the matter there. So on the matter would be outside the bracket, with internal and external parties would be bracketed. Again, the protection and accountability that council laws have for Councillor Hamill's conduct is captured within that reference material that's provided to the CEO and then subsequently distributed to us. That's enough.
Councillor Yates.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to clarify. Councillor Hamill was saying that as a council we can't prevent him having discussions about divisional issues, and that is true. What we're deciding here, though, is his ability to be involved in this decision. So that is everything across the board. And if the council determined he can be involved in this decision, then he has full reign to be involved at any level he wants, divisionally or as the chair of planning. If the council decided otherwise, that is when we can actually control. If the decision today was no, he can't be involved in this decision, then he would not be able to have any conversations, divisional or otherwise, with anybody about this project. I just wanted that to be clear.
Okay, this is where we're at. Do we have a seconder? Yes. Councillor Curtis. Councillor Tozer, you want to speak further?
I feel like we've talked about this in open enough, but my view is that Councillor Hamill has unique and important information that he could share about this area, having had such a long legacy of both representation as an elected official, but also his family connection to the land. I think it's been appropriate for him to suggest himself that he exclude himself from the voting process, but involve himself in providing insight to councillors as we deliberate on decisions. And I see that value in his contribution being made at state government level, at community level, at other levels of government. I think all of those sorts of meetings Councillor Hamill could add value to and gather information that can help us ultimately make an informed decision and vote on the matter without him in the room.
All right.
Frankly, I commend Councillor Hamill for being so productive in putting together, a piece that makes sense for us. And I appreciate quite a few councillors have had some made a contribution to trying to tidy it up. But I think we just need to get this job done.
All right. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you, or in favour, show of hands.
Mayor,
no, it's not division. There's no choice there. No, I'm just indicating that. I'm not calling for division.
I'm saying it will be. Oh, come on.
Mayor, take Councillor Young. Sorry. Mayor, take Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Please record Councillor Hamill did not vote. Motion carried. 5 to go. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, the next one is regarding my parents' private place of residence. Just a reminder, so the smaller red triangle on the map is my parents' private place of residence. Again, while we don't have an exact cadastral map in this report today, it appears to be on the edge or close proximity of the development area. I can confirm my parents' property has not been entered in the DMA agreement and that my parents have not discussed the property with the proponents. Mr Mayor, I'll leave it to councillors to decide if the same procedural motion is what they'd like to put forward.
I can't see it.
Pardon?
It's a rectangle.
Not try. I'm looking for triangles.
Oh, sorry. Red rectangle.
I'm going.
Apologies. Yeah.
Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the same procedural motion so we can keep things moving.
Seconder, same. Councillor Curtis. Question, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you to Councillor Hamill, I just wanted to get some clarity on his parents' property, the property that we're talking about right now. So while they may not be in a DMA right now, have they ever been in a DMA? Have they ever had any contracts with any current or previous agents in relation to this project?
Mr Mayor, I'm not aware of there ever being a DMA
in this end of the city before, or in the city before, so definitely never in part of a DMA. I think my parents have owned that property for 50 years. It's never been on the market. It's never been put into any kind of deal.
All in favour, show of hands.
Vision.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Hamill did not vote. Next.
Mr Mayor, I'll wait for it to scroll up to check which one it is. So, Mr Mayor, the other family members on the same street are my uncle and auntie, who are both on Seals Road as well. I didn't include a little shape for them because they have a quarter-acre block, which is in the very corner of my red rectangle. So they're in that same red rectangle. The triangle. So, Mr Mayor, just declaring that my uncle and auntie's private collector residence is on Seals Road, Alberton. That, again, based on the details, is within proximity of the area. My uncle and auntie's property has not been entered in the DMA agreement or any other previous proposal, and that my uncle and auntie have not discussed their property with the proponent. Good use of.
Councillor Tozer, move.
I'm happy to move the same, although I just didn't need that correction on aunties. It looked like the plural was used instead of the ownership apostrophe.
Oh.
So it sounded like your uncle had 2 wives, which is not the truth. So
I don't know.
As far as I know. I appreciate the apostrophe.
Councillor Curtis, seconder. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Councillor Hamill did not vote. Next.
I'll check and see which one comes up next, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, so donations received towards my 2020 campaign, I think as councillors are aware, if money comes from a joint account, that the ECQ requires you to disclose everyone on the joint account. So because this came from a family joint account, I had to put my mum and dad's name on it, which they were thrilled about. So just confirming that for all official records, as per the ECQ disclosures, that Greg and Sue Hamill were election donors to my 2020 campaign to the tune of $75,000. That, as confirmed by General Counsel back in January, the relevant term for donations for me is April 18th, 2020. And as per the ECQ records, which I was forensically audited on, that my last donation received was the 27th of March, 2020, meaning that donations fall outside the relevant term and do not trigger an automatic prescribed interest.
Councillor Tozer?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move that procedural motion again.
Councillor Curtis? Okay. Got a motion. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to all in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate,
Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Next.
I'm not sure which one is next, Mr Mayor. Family Connections. Mr Mayor, so just for transparency for councillors, back in January I had one declaration about personal relationships and had a separate one for my family. After a review of the report and a review more holistically of how that kind of wrapped together, I collapsed the two together because they are one and the same, that my personal relationships and family relationships are the same. I'm making the point in here of things that I think have already been raised, that when you've lived in an area since 1860, when still the majority of landowners in this area came to this country on the same boat and still reside in the same area, you have a lot of family and personal connections. What was important in this, Mr Mayor, and it was the advice I got from the outside legal advice, was to consider if there was any particular family or individual that I really felt like I had a much stronger relationship with or connection with outside of it. I've done that, and I think this declaration sums it up better in that it is the same with relationship with everybody. There's no particular person or individual that I consider my absolute best mates or anything like that, that I feel like I would need to declare as a separate one, that I've wrapped these all together today. So the nature of the related party is various in the hundreds, family and personal connections by living in the same area for the same amount of time. That's with landowners, it's with business owners, it's with employees of farming operations, employees of the central mill that all live in that surrounding area. I know them all, my family knows them all, they all know me.
Councillor Tozer?
I think the procedural motion we've moved before will have the same protections in place. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Curtis, seconder.
Question, please. Mr.
Question, Councillor Doran. You want all the names?
This one's might be slightly different, so I just would like to get some clarification. The other one's related to parties where we saw the triangles on the map, but this one goes to hundreds at various. So are we giving a blanket approval for people who potentially are going to be material benefit? I just wouldn't mind having a bit more clarity around this one, because obviously hundreds of various is unusual.
So, Mr Mayor, actually, it's a really good question from Councillor Doran. So, for clarity, I was told from the outside legal to consider, first of all, what's inside the yellow line, being the area under consideration, but also to have consideration to what's on the other side of the yellow line, so impacts on existing communities around the edges. So it includes everyone in that yellow section is where this one refers to, that anyone who has a possible direct loss or gain inside the yellow area is where I've considered with this. I don't exactly know how many individual properties are in that area, in the hundreds and hundreds, but as individual families, it's only about 50 families that make up the majority of it, and that's what this declaration is connected to.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, again, I would hate to think that the procedural motion I've moved here gives Councillor Hamill any confidence that he could act inappropriately with any other separate development application that related to any of those parties, but it's really specifically for this Norwell Valley Master Plan that this procedural motion is appropriate for. So I hope that can give some confidence to Councillor Doran, saying this is not a blanket procedural motion that can be used for any matter, but it's specifically for the Norwell Valley Master Plan.
Yeah, we get that.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I don't think I quite picked up on that, but that nuance, absolutely. So if there is a separate DA lodged in anything inside that yellow area in the meantime, that's got to be dealt with separately.
Seconder, Councillor Curtis. Okay. Speaking against. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Any more?
I think there must be one more, Mr Mayor, if my count's correct. Mr Mayor, so in January I raised one in regards to Gasman development perspectives as well. I've actually stopped making this declaration in general because it's nearly 20 years since I was employed by this company. But for fullness, since I raised in January, I've put it back on the record again today. So I was employed by Gasman Development Perspectives back in 2006, nearly for the full year. My family have used this company a few occasions in the last 20 years. I can confirm that every time we've used them, it's been at full commercial rates. And while Gasman Development Perspectives are not doing work on behalf of the proponent, I am aware that they have been giving advice to landowners. So for holistic transparency, I thought it important to put them on the record since they have such a strong connection in the area. That's it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, again, I feel like the procedural motion will capture the Council's consideration of the declaration made.
Seconder, Councillor Curtis. Anyone want to speak against? All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
We're moving to close. What's the reason? Conversion call? Yeah. Is that it? Okay. Councillor, I move that we're going to close commercial in confidence. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming on. Let the crowd in. Right, councillors, I moved recommendation on the screen, which I'll read out shortly. And seconder, Councillor Hamill, do you want to second that? Are you allowed to? Does anyone else want to say it? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. When we resolved the conflict of interest for Mr. Hamill, we only just said he does not vote.
He can't vote on this.
He doesn't have to leave the room or anything. He just does not vote. Is that correct?
Not voting.
Great.
He could have moved it, but he's not voting, right? I'm just saying. But anyway, I'm moving it. You second it?
Happy to second.
Okay. Well, for viewers at home, item 1 is the report attached to be deemed confidential as treated and as such in accordance with section 171 and 200 of the Local Government Act that's unless the CEO executive decides otherwise. 2, council notes the contents of the report and the presentation by BDO. 3, the executive officer represent a report to a future council meeting on next steps for the progression of the Mayoral Valley Master Plan. 4, that the CEO negotiate a funding agreement. I've got to read that because there's a CEO negotiates a funding agreement with the proponent to cover the city's costs of the project. 5, that the Mayor writes to the Deputy Premier, Minister of State Development, Infrastructure and Planning and Minister for Industrial Relations, proposing the information at the earliest opportunity of a joint City of the Gold Coast and State Government working group, including senior planning and technical officers from both jurisdictions, and addressing the following key elements and priorities. A, recognition of the significant work undertaken by the city and the proponent to identify an opportunity for the delivery of 40,000 lots with significant residential and industrial, commercial and open space elements in one of the fastest growing and most sought after regions of Queensland and Australia. B, inclusion of the working group for the probity officer, advisor and technical assurance panel to ensure the independent governance and required for a project of this magnitude. C, early development of a financial model to protect the city and the state's interests in relation to significant trunk and non-trunk infrastructure delivery needs of this project. D, recommendations of the preferred planning and legislative instrument to support ultimate delivery of the project. And E, development of formal reporting process from the working group to the city and the state government. I move the motion, seconded by Councillor Tozer. Any questions? Anyone speak against? Councillor Tozer, you can close. All right, Councillor Peter Young, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have a lot of trepidation about this, but I'll be supporting the motion, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I represent the suburb of Pacific Pines, which was first established by a master development agreement between the State Council and Stocklands in about 1998, I think. And it delivered a pretty significant suburb which accommodates about 8,000 people. It is a good quality, and the city sought and achieved the outcomes that it wanted from the very outset in a way that wasn't possible with the typical small subdivisions of individual properties. So it was a good scenario, and that's given me some comfort in supporting this proposal today. Fundamentally, I don't necessarily accept the premise of this whole exercise. It's never been proven to me that the cane industry is not sustainable or viable given additional support, let's say through the state, supporting that industry. And it irks me that those people have been dealing with a very poor economic circumstance for a long time, and that there is no other solution available to them, it seems, apart from this potential urban development. I don't think we need it. I think we've got the capacity to accommodate the targeted growth or in our population within the city in a sustainable way, and we don't need this additional large development footprint in the north of the city. However, as you've indicated in discussion, it might relieve some of the pressure elsewhere. It might give us extra capacity to accommodate where we hadn't thought. There's certainly provisions for, or the capacity for us to achieve some pretty significant environmental outcomes. As I said in debate earlier, I really love going up to the cane fields and enjoying that that whole feeling of the beautiful open space and the tall cane and the wide, broad acres. So we'll lose a lot of that, but there's an opportunity for us to gain other environmental and green space outcomes. The fundamental thing that was of great importance to me this morning was the costs of this and the potential financial risk to the community and the city and the ratepayers of the future, because we know we're limited by state government as to how much money we can fulfill or achieve or receive from developers, and essentially development is being subsidised by ratepayers, which is untenable. And if we get the right outcome with this proposal, we can secure an agreement which will ensure that the infrastructure necessary to support the development will be provided without cost to ratepayers across the city. It's important that we establish a really good team, and that's been the objective in this resolution, and I wish us all well, because it's a pretty significant thing that we're embarking upon here. There's been decades of pressure applied from the north of the city to expand the urban footprint or redevelop the area. There's been a lot of resistance to that. We've come to a significant point where it's like a dam has burst, and we have to make sure that what is resulting from here is a really good product in the generations to come. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Gates.
Thank you. And I do so with a heavy heart, Mr. Mayor, because I'm really torn. I appreciate what's been said today. I appreciate the effort that's been put into the recommendation to ensure proper probity. Because I've been here so long, I just can't get my head around this not costing the ratepayers significantly. And at a time when I don't believe that it's affordable, at a time when our infrastructure has not to date kept up with our growth, and this is just so huge. I have in my head all the advice that's been received over decades saying that this would be unviable. Even as recently as a month ago, someone within the organisation suggested that this report was coming to us in order to stop it because it was unviable. I agree that we're not at that point yet, and that the work that is being proposed today may get us to a point where we have a greater understanding. But for me, at the moment, with all else that's going on within the city, I just can't support us heading down this path where we're at the mercy of the state government to the extent that we are. And despite our best efforts, the state is going to be in control. And it terrifies me that we will be left with a massive cost burden for providing infrastructure that and no assurance from the state. So if we had the assurance from the state now, I would feel differently. And I trust that maybe this resolution will get us to a point where the state takes on board the concerns we have for the provision of infrastructure and who pays. If it's the developer, great. But if it's the ratepayer, I still have concern.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, and I acknowledge it's late in the day, so I'll try and shorten this up a little bit where I can. Can I start by thanking you and my colleagues who were supportive of me remaining in the room to be part of that presentation and discussion and debate. It would have been really difficult and a great disappointment to me not to have been able to participate in this today and hopefully provide some knowledge and context to help with the decision making. So on behalf of my division, the sugarcane farming community and my family, I do thank councillors for supporting my participation in this.
If you ask most Gold Coasters what they know about the sugarcane fields in the north of the city, they would most likely respond by saying one of two things. They'll either say, yeah, we know where they are. When the M1 is really bad, our GPS takes us through them. Or they respond by saying, we love the cane fields. It's pretty to drive through. I can't help but laugh at Councillor Young just at this at the moment. I do hear that line a lot, Mr. Mayor. It's pretty to drive through. It absolutely is. But when I drive through the cane fields, I see something else. I see families, family businesses, mainly small family businesses. I see homes and properties that belong to generations of the same family, just like mine, who have called this part of what is now the far north end of the Gold Coast home for over 160 years. What you can't see from the road is those families, those businesses. That sugarcane industry is dying a painfully slow death. The reasons are varied. Some are new reasons, others have been decades in the making. The number one reason is loss of productive cane farming land. Over the last 20 years, well over 1,000 hectares of cane farming land has been lost to other uses. Examples like the marine industry at Coomera, residential land at Pimpama and Ormo, industrial land at Yatala and Stapleton. Sand mining, which is crucial for southeast Queensland, is removing cane farming land. We are losing and will lose more cane farming area to the Coomera Connector. Even council acquisitions for sports fields, conservation purposes, sewer treatment plants have removed hundreds of hectares of productive cane farming land. Put simply, the economies of scale cannot be overcome. There is not enough sugarcane production land left to sustain a mill and an industry into the future. The mill and the attached cogeneration power plant are reason number two. These two facilities are privately owned by the Heck family. Reduced amounts of cane farming area means less throughput through both facilities, equals less revenue and an ever-diminishing, if existent, profit. No company, let alone a private family company, is going to continue to invest the tens of millions of dollars needed in maintenance and upgrades to these facilities when every year they are seeing a reduction of usable cane farming land. It has created a rather vicious cycle in recent seasons. When world sugar prices have been at all-time records, most of the sugar cane in paddocks hasn't been cut because the mill or power plant that runs it has been broken down. Most people see those pretty sugarcane fields, but to farmers, to those family businesses, they literally see their revenue and profit waving in the breeze at them. Cane sitting in a paddock that looks pretty to drive through is not cane that's gone through a mill. It hasn't generated revenue. It hasn't put money back in a farmer's pocket, and that is getting worse every year. I can attest to the fact that it is a rather demoralising thing to literally see your profit waving in the wind at you. Mr. Mayor, the third main reason is lack of scalable diversification opportunities. Please understand that contrary to what I read in the report, the Rocky Point sugarcane district is not particularly fertile land. Quite honestly, it's pretty rubbish farming land. It really is only suitable for sugarcane production. The water table is too high, it's salty, the ground is poor with little topsoil depth and heavy clays, and there is no usable underground water supply available to grow the crops. This is not a situation, and I love it when I see this one on Facebook groups, oh, they should just grow something else. Jesus, why didn't we think of that? It's not an option. It is simply not an option to change crops. Mr. Mayor, apart from a couple scattered farms on the banks of the Logan River, of which mine is one of those included, where we've got river silt topsoil, it really is a poor agricultural area. Perfect for sugarcane, but really useless for production of agriculture for anything else. Over the last couple of decades, there have been numerous studies into alternative crops or opportunities to diversify the area. We have been looking. The industry has been looking to diversify. We had organic sugarcane, which was great for a couple of years, and then the market for that collapsed. Tea tree oil was going to be a saviour. Saw people ripping out cane fields and putting in tea tree plants, only for then that to lead to a massive oversupply of oil and that industry to fail as well. We looked at hemp. That was investigated and dismissed. We had an ethanol processing facility for a while, but sadly that failed as well. Honestly, you name it, and somebody has probably done a study on if we could diversify the Rocky Point sugarcane district with it. The only significant diversification that has worked has been two families going into aquaculture, so prawn farming,
and another family making the value of sugarcane mulch a commodity, that instead of burning it, it's now collected and turned into the mulch you buy at Bunnings. While these two diversification efforts have been very successful, they haven't led to whole of industry growth needed to sustain this much farming land and this many farming families. Councillors, please appreciate that this cane farming area, the Rocky Point Sugar District as we know it, is incredibly small compared to the other sugarcane production areas in North Queensland. Some single farms in North Queensland are the same size as the entire sugarcane area in this district. It is not just this sugarcane area that is feeling tough economies. Recently, a mill that was crushing over 1 million tonnes per year closed due to it not being financially sustainable. We're lucky if we crush 200,000 tonnes a year here, given the mill's performance. So a quick recap of that. A central mill and attached power plant that is already highly unreliable and getting worse every season. If it has a big enough failure, the family is not going to invest the money to repair it. They'll simply not turn it back on again. We're seeing reduced cane farming production every year and a lack of genuine scalable diversification opportunities. I offer the above as a truly honest reflection of the situation that these landowners, these businesses, these generational families find themselves in. The simple fact is the sugarcane industry in this part of Queensland is coming to an end. Councillors, one thing that my area has not lacked in the last 20 years is pie-in-the-sky ideas proposed in the cane fields. Normally, the first that any of us would know about it would be a front page of the Gold Coast Bulletin splash. Often, there was no more depth to the project than this. We've had raceways proposed, airports, Disneyland, and many, many other proposals in between, and have never been anything more than a pretty picture on the front page of the paper, with zero technical studies done. In 20 years, none of them have ever gone to any level of technical study. Most concerningly, when these proposals were raised, is that they were only ever over a small part of the cane fields. It would have destroyed the industry and only benefited a small amount of landowners, leaving those left that weren't part of the deal picking up the pieces. It also failed to recognise that this area must be master planned at a regional scale to ensure constraints like hydraulics can be addressed at the appropriate scale. It is one of my biggest concerns, is that if it is a fragmented approach, we will end up with incredibly poor outcomes for people who are expected to live there and for the entire city. It must be done as a whole of region of what's left master plan to ensure the right outcomes occur. This proposal is very different in that regard. There has not been any media releases to date. They have been actively working on this for nearly 5 years. They have spent millions on real technical studies. And most importantly, this proponent from day one recognised farmers are at the centre of this deal. That it must be the same deal for every landowner. No matter how much land or where that land is located, everyone gets treated the same and gets the same rate per hectare. Everyone has had the opportunities to succession plan with their families properly. Everyone gets the chance for a dignified and orderly transition away from the sugarcane production. Colleagues, we are talking about a proposal over an area roughly the same size as Division 11, 12 and 13 combined. It is a land area that makes up 1/4 of the entire land mass of my division. As the local councillor, as a proud local family man who still envisages raising my kids in this part of the city, I want to be and believe the city, nearly called it the shitty, and believe the city should want to be at the table for every part of this process and make sure this city's input is heard, not the alternative where we are bypassed and the state government take full control. I must acknowledge that the proponent has agreed with this idea from the earlier stages, that they would not bypass council and go straight to the state, that they believed it was best for everybody, including their project, if the city was part of the journey the whole way, for the city to be a part of all discussions with the state and have real input and control into what happens in our city boundaries. I acknowledge there are millions of questions still unanswered, and there are literally millions of questions to be answered still. And the report we received today and its content are the first of what I suspect will be tens of thousands of pages on this proposal. I know that some of you, all of you, have concerns about hydraulics, stormwater, environmentally sensitive areas, and rightly the biggest one, how does infrastructure work and who pays for it?
These are all the same questions and concerns I have, both as a lifetime local and a city councillor. Most of the answers are nowhere near fully formed yet, and there is a chance that possibly some of these questions can't be answered and that this proposal goes nowhere, and that is still a very real chance. If supported here today, the next stage of this process is to have all parties at the table at the same time. The proponent, the council, the state, and a raft of specialised consultants to set the scope of the next lot of investigations and reports. This is crucial to exploring those concerns and questions. Just about done.
No, just a second. I've been asked that I have to stop there, but I don't. You have
10 seconds, Mr. Mayor?
No, you can have another 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I won't take that long, and I appreciate the indulgence. Councillors, I hope you can recognise this is not a small thing for me to stand here and talk about. You know, those connections into that area and with those families are very, very real. And the idea of being the councillor that is pushing behind the back of this and wanting to see this change occur for those families in that industry is not a small thing for me, and it has kept me awake a lot of nights. The worst outcome that I could ever envisage is that the industry fails and that there is zero planning what happens next. That has happened up in Nambour recently. Sugarcane mill just did not operate anymore, just shut down. And hundreds of cane farmers lost their income, lost their businesses overnight. That is the absolute worst outcome that could occur for those landowners who have been good stewards of our city for generations. It would be the worst outcome that could happen for our city because it would lead to fragmentation. It would lead to someone getting holds of parts of it and things happening that we don't want to happen there necessarily. That is the number one thing I want to avoid at all costs, is the industry just being pulled out from underneath those families and there being no planning of what happens next. I strongly believe that we have an opportunity to give these families a dignified transition out of the sugarcane production. That for proper planning should be done and can be done on what happens next. And that this city can and should be a key stakeholder at the table on every step of this process from day one. I thank my colleagues for their time on this today. I hope that you're all keen to be part of this journey. I encourage my colleagues to support the recommendation.
Councillor, anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Tozer, you want to close? You're good? Okay. Debate's closed. Councillors, division's called. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young. Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Gates and Councillor Doran.
All right. What, do you want them, do you? No. All right. Motion carried. Supermajority. Could you please record Councillor Hamill did not vote? Anything else?
No other business.
Meeting closed.